I did it. I think you can see me. Hello, hello. Let me know that you can see me. Check on in. Can you guys see me? Yay, I figured it out. Okay, let me just get everything set up. Check on in. I'm going to play a little music while you're checking in, and then we'll get into the conversation. Yes, yes, yes. I told you I'd figure it out. It's getting dark, but I got a little song for y'all while we wait. Okay. Oh, I did have a song. I did. Okay.
You can be confident.
Okay. Check on in. This is Fleur Brown coming to you today with the new topic of discussion. Hey, I don't know why it's so dark. Maybe I have to move the laptop a certain direction. Do I have to lift it up? Push down? I don't know why it's dark, y'all. Here we go. Check on it. It's my favorite song. Check on in.
No GPS, no ETA, I don't know what I'm doing. Now my walls exploded, I hope that I could maybe move in. If lost to keep, I've lost a bunch, something just keeps me looking. You're the best version that I've seen. And I need somewhere to land, I might as well fall into your earthly hands, so let me know you and go.
Check on in, y'all. Okay. I'm sorry it took a minute. Like I said, I'm not the best with technology and I have a new device. So it's a little different. So hello, hello, my loves. Peace at east, west, north, and south. This is Fuller Brown coming to you today with a new topic of discussion. So check on in. I've been a little FI. What is it like? F. Hey, Fidgy girl, Figgy girl. I have to say Figgy. I always like to say Fidgy. That's like so. Is it like? I don't know why I like to say that. Check on it. I can actually see everything over here. So let me say hi to everybody. Hey, Esmeralda. Hey, Divine Mother Goddess. Hey, Tipsy with Tia. Tipsy with Tia. Like, oh. Bonjour, bonjour. Hey, Tisha. Hey, Nita Bonita. So I have to say bon dia. Well, it's actually bon tarde. Boa tarde. Buenas noches. No, buenos días. Salut. Bonjour. Okay. Check on in. So, hey, everybody. Hey, Ganja Fairy. Ganja Fairy? What a name. I love it. Amethyst. Oh, hold on. My fuzzies are so on. Hold on. Let the calm down. So you're checking on in. It's a little impromptu. Thank you. Okay. So as many of you know, I've relocated. Ah, mon Dieu, alors. My fuzzies are so loud. You hear them? That's Phi. You see Phi over here? Say hi, Phi. You say Phi, and it's Babette. You see Phi and Babette? Yeah. Okay. So, and I'm there. So many of you know I've relocated from Florida. I am totally out of Florida for good. So, peace to all my family in Orlando. I've lived in Orlando for as long as I've known. That's usually my hub. So I know she's big now. I bet she's wild. I told you I think she's like a fox or something. I think they bred her. Remember, she was very sick. I think she's like a fox or something. So anyway, check on and we're going to get into the conversation. Let's get into the conversation. PoleShift Predictions 2023 to 2024. I haven't been on for a while. So many of you know that I've been talking about the pole shift since 20, gosh, since you guys have known me since 2011, maybe. I've been on YouTube since 2011, right? And many people thought I was cuckoo for Cocoa Pops. But as you see, the reality of what's going on right now is actually coming to light. And it isn't something that I gloat with, that I'm happy about, but it is what it is. So we'll kind of talk about the earth changes. We just had another volcano eruption in Southeast Asia again. Let's see, I forgot where it is again. Let me give it. Okay, we just had a volcano eruption in Indonesia. Okay, so big up to our family in Indonesia. Okay, Indonesia's, in that like the line of fire. It's in that position where it's on the ring of fire. Okay, so we're gonna go into the pole shift predictions for 2023, and we're still in the loop, y'all. So some of you are feeling the 70s. So remember, I think the last. Oh, and let me state this: YouTube removed the video that many of you enjoyed when I purple pilled you. Apparently, YouTube doesn't like when I purple pill you. So they removed the video. So that video you haven't had the access to. So unfortunately, people are asking if they could see the video. They want to forward it to other people. But I always feel like a testimony to us being correct or me speaking on something that's valid is when Willy Wonka comes for a video. So again, Willy Wonka decimated another video once again. Okay. So big up to YouTube for verifying the validity of the things that I share. Thank you, YouTube. I'm so grateful that you basically let me know and those who are aligned that I'm on point. Because if I wasn't on point, you wouldn't be trying to come for my video because you'll let everybody else talk. I mean, be careful, y'all. For those who are allowed to just be, because Willy Wonka will let those talk who aren't saying anything that are going against them. Okay. So, like when people will say, oh, I'm all about unity consciousness, I'm all about togetherness. And then they just try to attack, and say things that are like do little under digs and so on. Anybody who's in unity consciousness wouldn't be coming against any of my information because my information has been spot on for the last 10 years on YouTube. So we are in a loop right now. We're back to the 70s. We were in the 80s for a while. So some of you are starting to wear your Argyle, remember those bell bottoms, you know what I mean? Your platform shoes, you feeling the 70s music again. You're starting to get into that disco vibe. What they used to like. Remember what was that line? It was oh gosh, remember the line they used to do? Oh God, it was a disco show. Who is a certain age? You remember that? What was that line again? No, the Soul Train. Soul Train. Remember that? Soul Train. So we're in the loop, y'all. We're fully on speed. And I think I discussed before. Let me talk about the loop. I'll kind of touch on that because it has to do with the pole shift. This is a simulation. And again, let me ask your permission if I could purple pill you because YouTube removed my purple pill video. So let me ask your permission. Is it okay that I purple pill you? If you're not okay, this is not the video for you because literally, remember, the red is to this side, the blue is to this side. What I'm doing is giving you the condensed version in 0 point, which is purple pilling you. Okay, so that's just basically giving you the real with everything incorporated. We were existing and we still exist in polarities, but a lot of times what they try to do is pull you left, pull you right, and then you have to choose those sides. The actual higher minded way to actually engage in life is to be 0 pointed, meaning you're bringing both fields of the sides, light, dark, blue, red, bringing them together. So I'm going to put, you guys want to be purple pilled today? Okay. I got a little time. I hope you have shenanigans. Okay. I'm feeling myself. I'm relocated out of one of the red zones, which is Orlando. Big up to all my Orlandians back in Florida. I'm out of Florida and I'm loving my new location, and it's undisclosed. Okay. So let's get into it. So I'm doing well, gratefully, Star Rose. Okay, so let's get into the conversation today. So we're in a loop, and I think I told you before. Let me look and give you the actual approximation. Like I said, YouTube took my video off, though it allows everybody else to talk for like 20 hours on absolutely nothing. They take my videos off in 2.5 seconds. And you wonder why I don't come on YouTube very often, is because YouTube is the biggest Smith out here. YouTube's AI and some of the botteries or the haters that come on here who want to come in here and listen to my videos and basically just go on and either reverberate what I share, or just try to, totally negate the things that I share, because they don't want you to be evolved. They aren't wanting you to be able to supersede this holographic projection. They want you to be perpetually into duality, stay on either side, choose sides. It isn't about that. The way that we're supposed to incorporate our mind and ascend is to go into 0 point. And that's basically why I say purple pilling. But let me go into the I'm going to give you some of the information that was taken off of YouTube as before. I surmise the amount of time that it takes. Hold on, y'all. To get a couple. Okay, here it is. Okay, so in 2012, I think I remember speaking to you guys in 2012. That's when the Mayan calendar stopped. Now, what I've surmised, gaining that wisdom just with time and just resources and reading and researching and seeing and gaining wisdom, is that in 2012 time did stop. But it didn't stop in the way that you and I perceived it. It stopped and went in reverse. So maybe it's like a loop. So we're coexisting in a loop. That's why for a couple of years we're in the 80s. Remember, like, why are they playing 80s music? Like, why everywhere you went, it was like 80s themes. Why are all these shows that you're watching on television like resurfacing all these 80s movies, like remaking movies? Now, if you notice, in the algorithm of the agency, of the AI agency of the loop, they aren't creators. It's kind of like that whole archon theory, is that archons aren't able to create anything new. And now we realize the reason why they can't create anything new is because they're caught in the loop. They're loopers. So they utilize fresh, real souls that have soul essence, which bring in uniqueness and bring in creativity, and they utilize those new souls to bounce off and to create things because they're caught in a loop. They aren't able to create anything else. So what it happens is that's why you'll see movies remade over and over and over again. You're like, what happened to all the new movies? Because it is in their mindset. A lot of them, I personally think, are NPCs or empty seaters, or background people or props in the system, in this holographic system. I think they're messing with the feed already. Let's get into it before I can't stop. Okay, so y'all, so I figured out in 2012, time did stop and it went in reverse. And when it went in reverse, it basically, I surmised this, and I think some of you kind of bounced off of this in the video that they took off. Every 8 years equals 39 years. So in 2012, we were going backwards. So the loop goes like a figure 8. It keeps going over like this and that. Again, that's why everything's repeated. There isn't anything new under the sun. Remember what Dr. Delva Blair said? A lot of our great lecturers, our master teachers like Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Phil Valentine, Dr. Jewel Perkman, Black Dot, even what's his name, Brother Panic, and I have to give people props, because really in itself, they really were giving us a lot of the blueprints of how things would kind of manifest as we went through a time where reset was going to become, we were being prepped for reset. 2012 was the end, but it's the end of the loop, and then we're going backwards. So right now I figured out every 8 years, roughly, every 8 years, we go back 39 years. And the end game, which I personally think is the end and the beginning of the loop, where we go through actual reset and it starts over again, is around 1941 or 1942. And that's when you hear of all the extraterrestrials. That's when you hear of the so-called genocide, that of the Holocaust. Now, the Holocaust is happening again, and I can't discuss it here because obviously Willy Wonka does not want me to discuss this, because that's why that last video was taken off. I don't know if it was because I was talking about the loops. I'm unsure if it was talking about the Holocaust, but the Holocaust is part of the loop. That's why you'll see in every single time where we're going through reset or pole shift or whatever you call it, nemesis returning, wormwood, whatever biblical term they use to kind of denote that we're going through this, that's end of a cycle. You'll always have what you consider to be a Holocaust. So it'll be like the Black Death, the Red Death, the Holocaust. They'll always have terms to kind of give you a false narrative of why people are disappearing and passing away at that time. And then usually at that time, there's a geographical shifting as well, where the poles are shifting from north to south, and the magnetic north shifts from one side to the other. And also, because we're living in a holographic projection, and it's a loop, it goes through polarity. So like you'll see one particular type of nationality or visual phenotype on top, or a sex. And I can give you some references to that. Let me know if I'm going too far, if I'm going off. I'm just giving you everything that I have in my head. So I'm trying to purple pill you as easily as possible. So what happens a lot of times when we go through these pole shifts or resets, or I like how Jay Dreamers, I love his channel. He's so amazing. And so he's so original in his Plasma Apocalypse. And if you haven't checked out his channel, definitely check out his channel. Kind of talks about, and also there's Jason Preshears, who also talks about the Phoenix event. It's all one and the same. It's just different names for the same reset event. Okay. And when we're talking about this, I'm going to go into different things today. You have me for today, so long as the feed stays up. And I'm unsure. Let me state this, everyone, before I go further. I'm unsure of how long these videos stay up. So please don't get after me. Willy Wonka will go through the AI and the AI bots in here, whoever shows up will go through my feed. And as soon as I say something that is definitively true, they will totally, oh, thank you, James. If anytime I say something definitively true that will illuminate you, purple pill you, so you're aware, and then you'll, like the 100 monkey syndrome, you'll kind of like spark everybody else. They really just, oh, thank me, Taft Life, I appreciate it. They'll just attack the video and they'll delete it, and they'll delete it without me even having access to it. Okay, thank you, Wonder Whips, I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. So let me state this. So as we're going back in the loop and there's these dualities playing out, we always go through like times where some particular phenotype will take dominance or home court advantage. So in this past cycle, it was lunar males and lunar in this particular reset. So in this time, it would just be that particular phenotype would just hold dominance, and the spectrum of what's going on. And what happens is it bounces off that. So that's why you're starting to see, because we're going through reset and we're going back, you're starting to see back in the last reset, you're seeing women. Thank you, Wonder Whips. I appreciate the donations. Thank you. I appreciate it. In the last reset, you saw previous to the reset, and this is my theory on this. I can't really confirm this, but I'm just going from what I see. The last reset, what you saw is people, and because we were going into lunar and males, and it was mostly males, you saw women trying to become more masculine. Oh, thank you, Wonder Whips. Thank you. They were becoming more masculine. So whenever we're going to a shift, and it's a pole shift, and there's a new home court advantage, you will start to see people, whether they're holographic people or not. I think a lot of them kind of start the trend of starting to move into that alignment to gain some privileges in those new reset perimeters. You'll start to see people like, the concept of Yentl. I don't know if anyone saw Yentl with Barbara Streisand. Remember, she was living in a man's world. She was studying. She couldn't study the Torah or the Talmud because she was a woman. So at the time, she's like, she was like, it's a very I love the musical. I don't know if you've ever seen Yentl, but it's a really great musical talking about she was living in a male dominated world and she had to cut her hair off. She chose to cut her hair off, pretend like she was a boy so that she can actually study under the rabbis and learn the mystics and the mystical versions of the Talmud and Torah. It's a really great movie if you ever get a chance to see it. That's kind of a testimony to like when we're going into a new paradigm of the polarities, which is more male, everybody will jump ship to try to mimic the new energies on the new home court advantage so that they can have a leg up in that arena. And that's what happened at the time. So if you notice, you're starting to see a trend of men progressing into females now. You're seeing that in all social media. You're starting to see like the whole shift of all masculines becoming more feminine, even as much as having transsexualism, where it's mostly visually showing us men transitioning to women. It's because we're going into a pole shift, and the new home court advantage is going to be changed after reset. It's based in polarities. This is a holographic system. It's a program. It's a computer program. Thank you, CJ Childs. And basically, it's just bringing us into that alignment of a new home court advantage because we're going into a pole shift. Pole shift isn't just geographical. It's a pole shift in polarities as well. And this is a simulation. And this simulation is a program that it doesn't have a lot of originality. It has only its original programming, and it kind of jumps, it just works on that. Okay. That's just my take on it. So if you're starting to see a shift, you're starting like even with, look at all the characters. Little Mermaid is now a brown woman. Okay. You know who's going to be in home court advantage because they start to change all. Remember I told you years ago, and some of you should apologize for saying I was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Remember I told you years ago, I said the home court advantage was going to be females and it's melanated females. I told you were like, oh, Flora, you're just making things up. Wait. You're just making things up. I told you what was. I told you that it was going to change and it was shifting into feminine and more and heightened into melanated females. Remember, as above, so below. So you're going through a pole shift. So the other, whoever's on the bottom is being propelled right back up. Okay? It's a hologram, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Try to refrain from taking it seriously, because once you know the rules and regulations of the game, you can master this realm. It doesn't matter who's in home court advantage. If you understand and understand the perimeters of the dynamics of the hologram, you can master it. Okay? Thoughts are things. It's energetically sparked. That's why they put so much propaganda on television to basically put you into fear. So you project that into your life. So you co-create the world that they're trying to geoengineer into your mindset. Okay, I'm going. Are you guys okay with the purple pillin'? I'm gonna keep going. So now you're starting to see. That in movies, like you've got The Little Mermaid is now a brown female. You got Tinkerbell is a brown female. You're getting this shift. They did the same thing. Let me give you another example other than color. Okay, so remember when we were in maybe the let's say 50s, right? 50s and 50s, right? I think it's 50s, like 40s and 50s. And the women are very very shapely, right? You're very Marilyn Monroe, Mary Lena Horne. The women were very figuresque. Remember the can girls with the thicker legs, kicking up their legs. They were so beautiful, right? Very round looking, very feminine looking, right? And then guess what? They went forward, and when they wanted to reintroduce another types of species or another type of agenda, what they do, because people are so socially engineerable, and most people, like especially if they come from the mud flood children, basically the incubated children, they're already capped consciously because they have a cap in their DNA. But what they'll do is they'll introduce a new character, a new phenotype, a new kind of look, so that you want to mimic that new socially engineered agenda. And then they brought in Twiggy. Apollonia already knew. Go ahead, Apple. I want to play one of your songs, Apollonia. Remember? What was Apollonia's song? Don't get me started. I'm a musical diva. I love music. Okay. So they brought in Twiggy. And with Twiggy, it wasn't that they were bringing in a very slender female. They used Twiggy as their jump off to bring in another look that people would mimic so that they could introduce their agenda into the system. And their agenda was to make women be so thin and so ambiguous looking that you couldn't tell the difference between a male or female. Now, could you? Could you? Twiggy brought in the really, 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 really skinny waif look where she looked ambiguous, meaning you couldn't tell Twiggy from a 12-year-old little boy. She didn't have big tetas like me. Okay. She was very tiny. And that's it. She looked very like a heroine-esque. Heroine-esque, the dark skin. I get dark circles too. Remember, people said I was a heroin addict, and I told them, I said, well, gosh darn it, what happened to the weight loss? If I'm going to be a heroin addict, at least I can lose some goddamn weight, right? Anyway, that's it. So you bring in the Twiggy, and you usher in into the fashion industry the ambiguousness that was necessary, and to bring in a form of shifting from being hyper feminine that was overtly visual to being very neutral, so that you couldn't tell on a runway. We were watching this. Big up to the Zoomies. We were watching this other day. We were watching one of our C-stars shared a video showing like all of these males on the walkway, and you couldn't tell the difference between a male and female, because that's what Twiggy kind of segued us into. And also remember, because nasty girl, oh, I love that song. Listen, if they don't get me, YouTube, why don't you let me play music? I want to play Nasty Girl. No, that was Vanity. That's right. Apollonia knows her music. She said, don't call me Vanity. I'm Apollonia. I'm a whole nother genre. Even though we look alike, I still represent something else. Anyway, let me stay on point. So you have this social engineering and gearing to change the dynamics of what we perceive, conceive, and what we mimic. Okay, because remember, part of being in a hologram, part of being in a system that is ran by a constant loop, is that they're going to socially engineer persistent and consistent themes that will segue you into another form of agenda. Okay, so now you look on the runway. Look at Wade's son on the runway, dressed like a girl. Okay, what does that tell you? Okay, that was purposefully done. And also, look at Apollonia's giving her music. I love it. Pick up to the chat in the house. I love that y'all are in here for the shenanigans, because it's on and popping, and we about to get into some more conversation. So you have that coming in. Also, one of the agendas that was brought in at the same time. Remember, we have to remember that there are multiple agendas running simultaneously. It is an AI programming that has done this over and over. We're in a loop. There isn't anything new. So what it does is it wants you to perceive that, but also it wants to bring an ambiguousness. Thank you, Metaphysical Mike. I've been clearing energies from other lifetimes. Absolutely. So it will want to bring in other spectrums of social engineering to gear in something else. So if you remember, they weren't big into people mixing, right? Like complexions. And let me verify what I mean by this. Complexions does not mean anything other unless you have a different roost type, meaning a negative or a positive roost. That's when I perceive people to be almost different species, okay? But as far as complexions, you have to be careful, because Willy Wonka will make it seem like you're different based on complexions. If you're sharing the same positive roost, you most likely share the same ancestry, okay? So I don't see a spotted cat get meow talking to a black and white cat or a white cat saying, hey, meow, I can't mess with you because you too white, kitty. That's what I'm saying. It's a mental illness that people project, because complexion doesn't necessarily denote race. Race is a whole. They're trying to denote that people are different races, and that's untrue. You can have lighter versions of the same species and darker versions of the same species. It's gonna be very funny. It's very, very, very particular about accepting the socially engineered concepts that are absolutely based on trying to make you create coups within your own gene pool. Okay, lighter and darker versions of the same species happen all the time. Okay, you can have a lizard that's living in one part of the world that's a little lighter, but it's the same species of a lizard living somewhere else where it has a deeper pigmentation. Okay, so be careful with that division, because really in itself they're trying to cause that so you perceive a certain way. But remember, at one point, I want to go back to my point, is that when they ushered in the Twiggy concept, they also ushered in Guess Who's Coming Home For. Remember Sidney Poitier played in a movie? Some of you of a certain age remember the movie. Remember the movie that he shared, that was from, I think it was around the same time as Twiggy, if I'm not mistaken. Any of our more seasoned sisters, you can correct me on this. Just make sure you let me know. So at the same time, Twiggy was introduced and kind of propelled into the forefront and made very popular that visual heroine-esque, very emaciated look. There was also another ushering in happening where before there was mixing of different complexions or species, because they always make it seem like it's complexions, but it's really species. Okay, remember, they also ushered in Guess Who's Coming Home to Dinner. Before that movie came out, there was a separation where we were socially engineered to refrain from mixing. Okay, you guys remember that? Okay, remember there wasn't any, they had black only, white only, and also I'm gonna purple pill you even further. You ready for a purple pill? What you see on the screen is the opposite, because it's a mirroring effect. So what is light on the screen is actually dark, and what's dark on the screen actually is light. Let me get my physics people in here. Remember, black absorbs all spectrums of light. So really a person who has what visually looks like you is black, they're basically light beings. And those who are light, who are very white, aren't absorbing any of the color spectrum. So they are actually dark beings. So remember that. That's a purple pill, y'all moment. You can verify this. Okay, big up to M, who illuminated that in Zoom. Okay, so just make sure you when you're calling people dark and light, just know that you're actually saying the opposite, because we're living in an upside down world. So what you see as dark is a being. Black absorbs all spectrums of light. So they're actually light beings. Whenever you see a being come out of a portal, they perceivably look black. A black hole is because all light is being pulled into that open space. Ooh, you see my screen change? Okay. So actually, people who you call black are actually light beings, and people who you call white are actually dark. That's why you be careful of utilizing terminology that they purposefully socially engineer you to use, demonizing one and illuminating another, because in itself, it's actually doing the opposite. Okay. Be mindful. Language is a spell, especially United Fakes. And the English language, especially here, not the UK English, because they still use terms that you used previous to a lot of the Masonic, occultist, incepting language that they kind of put into our verbal cues. Okay. So I'm just purple pilling you there. So if you call people black, you really are calling Lunars black. So be careful using those terms, because remember, in this holographic nightmare we call the Matrix, everything is flip mode. Okay, so when you use certain terminology, be careful with what you say, because you might be damning yourself by utilizing terms that are actually really not speaking about anything other than the opposite. Okay, I'm just saying, words are spells. Okay, so let's get back to the point. So we have the ushering of mixing of the complexions with Sidney Poitier with Guess Who Comes Home for Dinner. And why that happens, I figured this out last Zoom. Big up to the Zombies. Where are you, masterful Zombies in there? I love you. I love you. I love you, because we stay on all night, and you guys can always join. I did let you guys come in. Some of you came and joined us the other night. Hey, Cherish. The other night, and some of the last time I was on Zoom, and I loved it because we had guests come on our spaceship, and they stayed on with us until like 5 a.m. So big up to all the Zombies that joined us for that jump on ship. But So let's go into the other concept also that has been brought in. So they brought in the complexions, and I figured out something that's interesting also. Just like I told you before, we're going into a shift of polarities, a pole shift. Thank you, Bia. Before we're going into a pole shift, they literally will start ushering you into that arena of trying to jump onto whatever is being illuminated in the home court advantage, whoever has it. So last cycle was lunar male, so everyone was trying to be male. Women were trying to be more masculine too, because they felt the energies usher. And also we have to be careful because background people, empty seaters, MP3s, they also are the ones who usually and are remember, they're very geoengineerable, like very socially engineerable, because some of them are like mud flood people who were, made in test tube. Remember what's his name used to be like, you test tube baby. What was it, his name again? What was his name again? I forgot his name. He'd be like, you test tube baby. That was so funny. That's true. There are people who come from their ancestors about 2 generations ago were born in incubators. Okay. So they're literally socially engineerable by them being capped genetically. Okay. Oh, Robin Harris. He was like, you test tube baby. He was, listen, he was telling the truth, right? It was yeah. Baby's kids, right? Baby's kids. We don't die, we multiply. Remember that? It was so funny. So anyway, you have this constant bringing in things. So what I also found out is, just like women wanted to be men in last cycle, you will have people that want to be lighter skinned and want to be. So what you'll see is the brown people before the last lunar cycle were in home court advantage, and I have proof of this. Before the mud floods, you'll see in New York City. Remember, big up to Daryl, Sunsets Daryl from our Zumbi group. He brought me some news clippings of actually them speaking about brunettes being brown skin. Brunettes, they say brunettes now is brown hair. That actually was a terminology created for brown skin. So they had in the sector of New York. That's why be careful of taking on the slave mentality that there were slaves and brown people were always slaves. That isn't true. And depends on what cycle they were in, right? Pre last reset or post. Be careful with that. And that term brunette was used for brown skin, and there was wealthy elite families living in New York City that were brown people. If slavery existed in the way that they tell you, that couldn't have happened. So be careful with history, because history is always geoengineered. And remember, they just basically progenerate what they want you to perceive and then what they want you to take in. Okay, so back in the days, people were trying to be male, and the brown people started to mix with the lunar. So the brown elite, which could have been the boule back then, I don't know what term. I personally think they're Moors, Martians at that, but that's just what I think. They started to mix with the fair cousins to start to bring in the new reset, which is going to be dominating with males who are lunar. Now the reset is coming, and everything is starting to go through its phasing out stage, where it's basically starting over fresh and new. That's why you're seeing, the Kukarachi thing that they gave everybody, and it basically taken out. I want the video to stay up, so you already know. You know my language, okay? So now you're starting to see the ushering in of Sidney Poitier and the mixing with lunars to brown people, because they know there's a new home court advantage coming in. That's it. Okay, so we're talking about the loop. Now let's get into pole shift, y'all, because I could go on all day and night. I could purple pill you all day, and I want you to be able to function with your family. If I purple pill you too much, you may not be able to hang around your matrix friends or the NPCs or the loopers that are hanging around. You'd be like, oh snap, the loopers. Why am I even wasting my time? Because loopers are part of the loop, y'all. Let me reinstitute what my concept is that there are beings here in this holographic projection we call the matrix. I personally, as many of you know that this is an Earth. This is a holographic, this is a simulation Earth. Earth to me is Nibiru or Planet X, okay, or Jupiter, okay. I think they might be synonymous. I can't really prove that until the pole shift. So, proof is in the pudding, right? I'm a Sag. I do wait for proof, proof, right? So, hold on, y'all. I do a little lip gloss, right? Okay. So we have Earth simulation, and in Earth simulation, there is always going to be a reset. That's why we're in a loop. It's a simulation. The program only has that much that it can do. But there are people that are in here that aren't real. Now, my concept. I personally think, I don't know. I kind of just think, just based on it, the majority of people in here are NPCs or others that are their biological avatar is being used for jumps, like a jump seat. So I personally think that there are people, and if you keep drinking wine and spirits or doing heavy drugs, that's why they got all these dispensaries open, so you can take some of that governmental kukarachi kill drug. Anything Willy Wonka makes, you already know is geoengineered. I don't know why you think any different. You got all these dispensaries. I'm seeing people go to dispensaries like they're going to the grocery stores. You do know who made that, right? And you do know that whatever's in those is made to help you, usher you to the lower frequencies, or to make you into a jump seat. And a jump seat is basically allowing your body to be used for other beings to come in here and to play. That's why you see all this dark sex, all this weird kind of perversion, savagery, sexuality going out here. Anything goes. I mean, they're having sex with dogs, kids, children, trees, alligators, grass, the water, the air. I mean, basically everything goes. Okay. So it basically allows a person to be a jump seat. So be careful being around people, even if they were soul-based beings, if they're always constantly allowing for their auric field to be perpetrated and to be permeated, because little holes end up going into their auric field, allowing for things to slip in there and to attach. You're allowing beings to use your body as a jump seat. That's why a lot of times people black out. I don't want to go, maybe I need to make a video about possession, right? That's why the movie Exorcist is again in the loop, because remember, there isn't anything new in here. That's why in the loop, they remake all these movies. Exorcist is being remade, right? Ghostbusters is being remade. Why can't you make anything new? Because we're in a loop, okay? They haven't the ability to do that. They use your soul essence creativity to add to those old movies, those old, loopy things that they had in there, but basically it's all the same. Okay, so be careful of hanging around people who are constantly being jump seats and allowing beings to come in their bodies and play house in their bodies. You know what I mean? Where are you going? I'm playing house today in Becky's body. She's about to have some wine and spirits because her kids are overwhelming her, and she's going to be, out of it after that one bottle of Merlot. And I could just jump right in there, and I could have sex with the postal guy. I could go and have some diabolical sex with the cat in the living room, and then I could just jump out and take no responsibility because that's her body. Okay. Hello. Okay. I told you that the beings in here are lifers. They're caught in the loop. I told you that they make grilled cheese sandwiches on the back of the toilet seats when the sun is coming down at noon, and that they put their sodas that they steal from the pantry in the kitchen because they working in there because they got good points for being good prison. Remember, they're lifers. They put the toilet seat sodas in the toilet to keep it cold, and they make the grilled cheese on the back of the toilet at noon, and that's lifers, y'all. You hanging out with lifers. That's why they make everything beautiful down here for them. Be careful who you see, who seemingly seems like they're on top. They're lifers. If you watch The Matrix, what's his name say? What was his name that sold out the team on the Nebuchadnezzar? What was his name that sold out his people? He was like, what did he say to Smith? He was like, Bring me back and make me forget everything. Make me like a superstar. Make me like a star where I could hang out and, live in mansions and everything. What did he say? Listen, because they have to tell you everything they do before they do it or while they're doing it. What was Cypher? Oh, his name was Cypher. 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 Okay, Cypher was selling out his people. And he said, I know the steak, it's fake, but it tastes great, right? He was okay with the fakeness, right? He wanted to be packed back in his tube, is his what do you call it? His biostasis little, plasma thing, and just forget everything, right? He gave everything up, y'all. These are the lifers. You hanging out with lifers. That's why everything looks good for them. That's why Kim Kardashian, the insect, you saw she came out of the closet. She came out of the insectoid. Remember I told you years ago she was insectoid and y'all thought I was crazy? Look, she's telling you who she is. And unfortunately, Kanye seeded the insectilian nightmare of a hoe. And now, unfortunately, his child hasn't any rhythm and she's prostituting her child with this girl who looks like the perverted version of Little Orphan Annie. I mean, hello. I'm sorry. Am I doing too much? I'm sorry. I haven't been on here in a while. Okay. Big up to everybody in the house. Please put a like on the video if you up for the shenanigans. I see we got. Come on now. If you enjoy at least the banter, you don't have to agree with me. If you enjoy the banter, just put a like on the video, just for icks and giggles, right? Okay. If you like me coming on here and sharing these gems or non-gems, let me know that you're up for it. Okay, so let's go into the lifer. So make sure you're on a jump seat. Okay, so stay away from wine and spirits. Okay, did you see what's happening over where all the fungus is, a fungus among us? All the spores are taking over a town from the distillery that makes what's that, whiskey? What town is that again? Hold on, y'all. I forgot the name of the town. Do you guys know the town? The town is being taken over by fungus. And then I hope they don't burn it because all the spores are going to go in the towns. Remember, outside distilleries, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Thank you, my love. Tennessee made whiskey. So all y'all who like to drink Jack Daniels and all that stuff, not only are you going to have wine and spirits, but if you living around the distillery, they got this really resilient black fungi who is taking over our trees. Usually around distilleries, it isn't actually quite odd, but because we have a heightened amount of radiation, because Willy Wonka made sure to put Starlink up 40,000 plus satellites in orbit, and while they had you inside, nice and scared that cucarachas was coming for you and your family, they were all doing all this kind of construction outside, putting all kinds of Wi-Fi, 5G, and then all this what is this fiber optics outside your house to make it all live, all kinetic out here, and that also helps to exacerbate the production of fungi. And if you want to see that my theory, it's not really a theory, it's a fact, go look at Fukushima, Chernobyl. Look at the fungus that was growing out, the black fungus that scientist was eating to try to transform himself into like an X-Men, or like that, the Loch Ness, what's that creature? The guy from the Lost Lagoon, the creature from the Lost Lagoon who's trying to change himself. Okay, Tennessee whiskey. Okay, so be careful. Wake it up. Thank you, Starshine 333. So I'm just saying. So just be careful with wine and spirits and this dispensary. Chief, I don't know why y'all think it's so appropriate to go to distillery. I never understood. I haven't trusted anyone who goes to distilleries. I'm not distilleries. What are those? Dispensaries. If you know people who are in dispensaries, I'm telling you, I don't even guess it. I can 90% say they're already infiltrated by entities that are a jump seating in their bodies. Okay, I got a picture of somebody who had that happen to them. I won't blow that spot until I have to. Okay. If you, and that's why, listen, y'all, I understand that you want to have some um elixir, or we say punch, right? I understand, but that's why Willy Wonka banned you and made it illegal for you to make your own. Because when you make your own, your ancestors, whoever's creating it, you add your ancestors to it. So that's why they stopped you from creating it. They don't want your ancestors. They want to make it, they probably do dark rituals over these distilleries. They probably have like pentagrams all on the facility, probably utilizing this as a dispense. And remember, every wine is spirit, every drink has a spirit. That's why you'll see people drink Hennessy. Anybody who drinks Cavassier, you ever notice they have the same kind of, doesn't matter what kind of a Cavassier, lower end, they all have the same behavior because it's the same spirit at the top, same deity. You ever see people who drink vodka, and it doesn't matter if it's cheaper, cheaper vodka just makes you sicker, and, more expensive just, levels it allows you to drink without having, as many physical manifestations of deprivation, but all at the top, it's the same deity. So it's like the same gin at the top of each one of these types of spirits. Each spirit at the top of these drinks. That's why they don't want you to make it. Because if in fact you made them, because remember, even the Celtics and those, some of you from the South, some of you have grandfathers, some of you make moonshine, right? Some of you come from that, right? Y'all make moonshine. You ever tasted moonshine from somebody who made it, and it tastes way different, even though it burned a hole in your stomach sometimes too, because of that ethanol. But I'm just saying, it tastes different and it feels differently because they're adding their ancestors. There's something about that ethanol. That's why you get funguses. It has some sort of kinetic, supernatural connection to the veil or the other side. So you attract your own ancestry. That's why the natives used to make it. The Africans make it. They used to do that, but they made it illegal because they want you to drink their spirits and get jump seated by their entities. Okay, let's get off of this because it's dark. So let's get into PoleShift, because you'll be like, Florida never gets on top. But let's get into PoleShift, y'all. PoleShift is on a poppin'. Okay, there's a combination platter happening out here in Willy Wonka's neck of the woods. Okay, United Fakes is already taken over by the Shinwa. I told you this years ago. I'm just gonna confirm. And remember, Russia's trying to take its pieces of land back, Alaska and California. Okay, California's trying to split. I think what is this part of California that I personally think the natives have made a treaty with? That's why they don't take care of it, and that's the one that is going to be separated. But United Fix is now what is that? Alicia used to share this video game with us. What is it? Broken Unit. What is it called? Where's Cherish? Cherish, what's that movie that Alicia likes, that video game she shared with us? It's like Shattered Union. Do you guys know that? Shattered Union? Do you know that video game? Anyone know it? I wish I could put I tried to share my Zoom excuse me, my Zoom link with you, but it wouldn't let me share it with you. Okay, watch the preview. Excuse me. Shattered Union. Thank you, Cherish. Shattered Union video game. Please, can someone put the link up in here? Watch it. That's why I'm coughing, because it's true. Watch Shattered Union. Oh, Alicia showed it to us during 2020 when my Zooms first began. Let me tell y'all, listen, we're living in a simulation, so everything has already happened. It's crazy. Okay, so Willy Wonka, I'm going to go into the PoleShift. So remember, I'm just telling you what I personally perceive the United Fix being. It is the Shattered Union. You're about to have the secession of Idaho. Idaho already said, if you as a doctor try to give anybody the kukarachi, you're about to get arrested. Okay, so Idaho is not about that life. They said, nah, son, we don't want to be a part of you, but part of Also, Washington State. Goodness gracious. Let me take a drink. I'm sorry. Part of Washington State, which is what is it? It is also trying to link up with Idaho. Okay, so this is my call. Remember, this is my prediction. So I'm going to start my prediction, everyone. Are you ready for the predictions of 2023, 2024 pole shift? Okay, should I play music for this? Let me give you like a minute because I'm going to have to. It's beyond purple pill, and I don't even know the pill for this. This is my prediction coming up. Let me get myself together, and let me give you a moment so you can get ready for what I'm about to bring on. Okay. Okay, you guys ready? I'm about to give it to you. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. I'm in a great mode. Okay. For me to come on here, I've moved out of, I'm in my jump off spot. So anything can happen. You know what I mean? I had all kinds of diabolical neighbors, but let me just give you a heads up, okay? I'm about to start in a couple seconds. Here we go.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Here we go. You ready? Oh, stop. I gotta take this video down. Get ready. All right, y'all. Oh, I'm so dramatic. Be grateful I'm a Sagittarius. I mean, at least I'll give you a bit of humor with all this. Okay, so let's get into the pole shift. Right now we have a pole shift. I'm going to talk about different regions. I'm going to talk about what's happening. I'm going to also reference some other different reference points that I'll utilize to talk about the pole shift and what happens, where you can lie, where your positioning is in the pole shift. And then also I'll kind of follow up with some resolve from this, okay? We're going through pole shift, y'all. The pole shift is called different things. Sometimes it's called wormwood, where wormwood, something jumps out of the sky, a big comet comes down, sours up the water, and ruins the whole planet, so everything dies. Then you have the whole concept of the pole shift, where the magnetic north and south actually shift and move. And then there's a time when everything slows down the rotation, if you believe we rotate. And as we slow down, people become less able to utilize their cognitive mindset, because when the planet ends up slowing in rotation, it kind of makes the gravitational pull a little differently. And when we have the total slowing down and totally ceasing of the rotation, we literally go on the other end. And that's where you get that whole concept of 3 days of darkness, 3 days of light, depending on where you are on the planet. Okay. Then you have the concept where Jay Dreamers talks about the plasma apocalypse. And we're going to talk about Paradise Village and how I'm going to give some warnings to those who are living inside of their vans or cars or in trucks. And this whole van life is setting people up to be disintegrated, and how the whole Night of the Comet was purposefully meant to make you think the opposite, that you would be safe inside metal, but actually plasma is attracted to metal, and why also they made sure that they demonized lead in people's houses so that people can be further Wi-Fi'd. Okay, so put some likes in the video for the shenanigans. Today, I'm about to purple pill you. Let's go on to the PoleShift predictions. Okay, so now we got Willy Wonka. I'm going to talk about the positioning of what's going on in the United States. I'm going to talk about what's happening in Europe and also Africa. Okay, what's happening in the United States is that it is a divided union. Okay, it was purposefully done. It wasn't meant to be a union. It's like being leased for a short period of time, and the lease is ending. Okay, the lease is ending. United States had leased. If you notice that the United States governmental building, which your holographic president hasn't stepped into since he made his oath on the Satanic Bible, and you can go look that up. And his vice president, Mr. Kamala, who is some sort of male shapeshifter, I don't know what it is, hasn't been in his house since coming into the fake office. Okay, if you look around the actual White House, all of the things that happened on September 6th, I think that whole shenanigans, that was meant to visually make you guys see certain things so that you would stay away from the White House. That would set it up so that you wouldn't question that you can't go in the White House and do tours anymore. They purposefully make sure that geoengineer these, give you false flags so that they can usher in a type of restriction or perimeter so you wouldn't question things that are happening around. So right now around the United States in the land, which isn't even the United States, the White House isn't even on the United States. I think it's part of England. I'm just saying. It was, if you see all of the bars or the gates around it, it's because they're letting you know you can't get in the building. And that whole setup on September 6th was to institute a restriction so you wouldn't question why no one's in those buildings. Okay, that's a Tatarian building. It'll probably lose a couple floors during the next mud flood, so don't worry about it. It'll still be here for the next some of you might be here for the next reset. Okay, if you heed what I'm going to share for 2023, 2024 time shift. Okay, pole shift. Okay, so now we have the end of the United States. The lease is up. Russia's trying to reclaim the land that it gave over, in Alaska, over, and also in part of California. Idaho is about to secede along with parts of Oregon and Washington. Texas is probably going up for vote for secession. Florida is probably going. So I personally think this is my prediction for 2023, for 2024 elections, is that, your wonderful shiny orange man who's going against the holographic kazoo are battling it out. But personally, this is my prediction, is that during the time after the election, the president, Trump, will win, and he will be the president of the new republic. The new republic will be Texas, Idaho, part of Oregon, probably maybe another couple states in the middle, Florida, where he has the new White House, where it's considered to be the White House over in Mar-a-Lago. This will be the new republic. So you will have a new presidential, but it will be in a divided union of the United States. The United States is done, y'all. Chinois bought all of it, and it has basically been turned over to Chinois. That's why the borders have been opened up. That's why they were wearing your holographics president's face on it, because he went over with some of his PR people into places like Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, over outside of Mexico, and made a personal invitation saying, hey, come on over to the United States. The borders are basically open. We will let you come in under the guise that you vote in alignment with us, we will supply you with food, status, and also with what is it? You can with like they can stay over. Okay, so during the time, remember when you call him the Orange Man? He's a Gemini, y'all. Big up to all the Geminis. Where are you Geminis in here? Y'all got the most reckless. Listen, Sagittarius, you're our opposite, so we can always respect how you keep it real. Your President Trump told you. He said the first thing when he got in office, what did he tell you? He was concerned about what? Could anyone tell me the answer? He was concerned about your borders, right? He said he wanted to take all of the money and raise it for the borders. Remember the whole government shut down in October of like 2-3 years ago? Remember the whole everybody shut down. There was no business going on at the Capitol Hill because he was holding it down, trying to tell y'all. Because, listen, they all work for the same umbrella. It's a different coin of each side. You may benefit from one side of the coin as opposed to other. But he told you, okay? But what happened when your holographic pseudo president came in? The first thing he did, it was allow the Shinhwa to have access to your grids. Didn't we just have another cyber attack in one of these other states right now where basically shut down a grid and given and under ransom? You know why? Because your grid was sold out with your holographic president. Remember, President Trump didn't hand over the nuclear codes. He went over to Texas, part of the new republic, because remember, the United States is broken up, whether you know it or not. Okay, it's done. When Atlanta had the pillars blown up, remember the Georgia Guidestones? That was the dissemination of the time. That was the countdown, y'all. Okay. It was a countdown. Everything is basically being destroyed. Anything that was created, it's almost like you're turning over a house. You're going to get rid of everything that you created. So it's like reset. Okay. So right now, everything is being destroyed because the leases are up. Okay. People are being ushered into here. And I big up to Cubby who brought this up. And I love that she mentioned this. This is the new Trail of Tears, y'all. Okay. Do you remember the story of the new Trail? And I told you years ago, and you said I was a nasty, hateful Creole. 2013, I told you can reference the video. See, people don't realize, even when they talk nasty about me online, I got a long history with documentation of the things I told you. Okay. I didn't make these things. I didn't come on YouTube when it was incentivized to make money. Remember, I was on YouTube when we were a whole bunch of people just making videos because we wanted to, not because I had to come on here to make my rent, not because I had to come on here because I was incentivized to come into a new group so I could make some income off of people and go on this whole advertising thing. No, I was on here when it was a real deal. A lot of these people got kicked off of YouTube. They did. Okay. Because they were authentic people. They weren't just people coming on here, jumping on platforms just to, try to take advantage. Okay. So that being said, if you remember what I told you, I said, eventually what's going to happen is what you allow for another country will happen to you. Remember, I was talking about what's happening in Europe. Many of the sea stars remember this conversation on Aquarius Rising. I said to you, in Europe, they let the floodgates open from all of these people from the Middle East. Why would you do that? This is years ago, y'all. We're not talking about now. I'm bringing you to the pole shifts, and I want to show you past behavior. We're living in a loop. There isn't anything new. What you see for another is a mirror to what will happen to you. So what happened in Europe? Do you remember in Austria, they made videos and there were people coming on, they had bots saying on, why are you being prejudiced? And so Europe was being decimated. Look at France now. France is mostly Northern Africans and Arabs in France. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, but do you understand how gentrification works? It doesn't always work in one alignment. It works several different ways. They were letting after they disseminated and destabilized parts of the Middle East, they were then inviting the same country's people, mostly men, to come in their country that they had just decimated. These men had just lived through seeing their mothers' heads blown up, their wives losing their babies. These men had seen their best friends dying. And then you're going to invite them into the villages where they know you and your people did that. And I talked about the violations that were happening to European women when they did that. Why would your country invite the enemy? Because I don't think they're the enemy. I'm talking about the perception. It has nothing to do with my personal opinion. Listen to me. Why would you invite the enemy, mostly males, inside of a country who had taken some of the credit for the decimation, destabilization, and genocide, unless you were doing it to bring in a form of clearing? And you didn't want to take credit for it, but you thought you were saying, oh, we're letting them in because, do you remember some of the Swedish women that were found dead, mangled, and decapitated? We made this, I talked about this years ago, and I said to you, family, I said, what you are seeing now, you are going to see happen in the United States and every other country. That was the ushering, and that was literally what we call a beta test. They're going to do it to them first, but they're going to bring it over here. They let those women, listen, you want to fight, you want to get broke up, you want to go blow it, do you. But why are you allowing the men, because women aren't really an agenda to that in a lot of ways. I'm just saying, women generally go on the consensus of their husbands, their fathers. You're letting those men come in. They were hurting. I remember this Austrian, she got a lot of flack for saying this. An Austrian reporter, a Lunar reporter. She was in Austria. You never hear anything about Austria. And it was the one video I remember because it was frightening. She said, look at the borders in Austria and Germany and over in Northern Europe. She said, they're coming over here and you're letting them here. They're going to kill us. She said it. And you know how people attacked her? You prejudice, you dirty. Was she wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. Am I going too far? Okay, now let's fast forward, y'all. Let's fast forward to before the satanic holographic kazoo took over nothing but just an imagery on television, which is owned by the Molochians, because they're the only person who disseminate the news that people listen and ingest and think it's real. Okay. So remember what your orange president said to you. I want to refresh you. He said to you, the borders are my concern. He made his whole campaign about something that we now know was a future that he knew was coming. Why in earth do you have people? And listen, I am a first-generation American. Let me state this, y'all, because sometimes you want to talk to others who are living Americans and you feel like they aren't equipped or they aren't allowed to speak on this. I'm talking about I am the daughter of people who came here, who did absolutely well for us, and I have taken every sense of liberty and have done gratefully well in this country and had my children here. Don't get it twisted. So when you hear other people that are full Americans talking, you tend to vilify them. I'm talking about being a daughter of others. This is not my native country. Okay? So let that be known before others say, oh, I'm tired. Americans are always, no. I am the one who can speak on this behalf, and other of you who are first-generation Americans or others of you who came here under the guise of having to qualify ourselves to come here, had to do some testing to come here. We had to show that we could be citizens. We had to know the native language here. There are a lot of things that had to happen before we came here, okay? We can't talk about other things before all this borders when we had, because borders had to do with colonization, but it's another conversation, okay? Okay. So the fact of the matter is that your borders are gone. This is a trail of tears. You are having others, and let me go back a little bit because I got to pull you into this. With past behavior is a good indication of future behavior. Do you remember when this country was so-called, the pilgrims, right? They say the pilgrims. I don't believe in history that they share. I'm just sharing what you've learned in your geoengineered history books in schools, right? The Pilgrims came here, right? They befriended some Indians, right? I'm using the terms. I don't believe in the word Indians. I'm just using terms so you can understand. They came here, landed here, said, oh, wow, it's really nice. Oh, you're letting us, you're showing us how to take care of us. Oh my God, you're showing us your native, you're giving food. And then they decimated them. Not only did they decimate the Indians that had helped them, they basically added insult to injury by going into Europe. And I have my European friends whose parents could verify this. There were pamphlets in Europe saying, come to America for free land. I got to show you past behaviors so you can understand what's going on right now. Remember, I told you what you accept for another will come home to roost for you. Karma does not have an end. It basically is a reciprocal pattern that has to play out generationally. So if your family has gained something generationally, whether you did the thing or not, remember, everything's cellular memory. I didn't have to touch something for me to have some qualified energy to it. I just had to come from that. My gene matters, okay? So when they came here, they invited all Europe had, and it was my girlfriend said, there were pamphlets, come, free land. Remember my favorite movie, one of my favorite movies is with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. I forgot the name of it. Do you guys know the name of that movie? It's really good. It's like they came and they remember he was racing the horses at the end, trying to put his flag on the land. What's the name of that movie, y'all? It was a really good movie. What was the name of that movie? Do you guys remember? Now eyes wide shut. It was like a Wild Wild West movie. Far and Away. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly got Far and Away. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Cubby. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Cubby. I really like that movie. Even though it was disgustingly tragic. I'm eating boba. I'm sorry. That movie showed, it was really cool though. Like at the end, they were racing. He was racing. He was trying to get the land and put his flag on. Y'all, they were inviting people to a country that was already inhabited by indigenous, y'all. Wait. They were inviting people. Now, let me talk about both sides because I don't want to demonize everybody, y'all, because I got to be fair and balanced. The Europeans didn't know what was happening over here. They may have heard, but back in the days, it was about ships. We didn't have cell phones, at least not those from that timeline. But they didn't know what was happening here. So when they got the pamphlets, they weren't doing well. Famine, diseases. They were trying to do better for their families. So they decided to jump their countries. Plus, England at the time was very heavy and taxing. They felt they were overwhelmed. So listen, they see a new opportunity in a new land. They don't know that where they're going, there are indigenous there that are living on those land masses. Okay. And I want to compare this and mirror it to the people in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, who have someone going on as a PR saying, hey, come into America. Come and do your migration here. We will help you out. How do you distinguish the lie from a truth when you have what you believe are trusted people promoting for you to come into another line? I got to mirror it because I don't want to make it seem like it's just Lunars that did this, because now they're inviting brown people from Central and South America. Be fair and balanced. Remember I talked about left and right is all a setup. It's the purple pill time. It's unity. It's the oneness. It's the 0 point. It was all purposefully done. It was a setup. What happened when they came here, they had given up they gave up everything. They had sacrificed all their home and their security. They got on these boats not knowing. What happens when people come to a country? They gave up everything to come and start a fresh start. And now you see there's people living there. And the first thing that the people say is like, those are savages. That's what they call us now. Wait. This all has to do with the pole shift, y'all. Stay with me. We're the savages of now. Back then it was the indigenous. So all of you lunar, brown, Asian, if you're American, we're being called savages. We are being called undignified, unappreciative Americans. So we are the savages that the Indians were called at that time. Do you see what's happening? There isn't anything new under the sun. That's why it's a loop. It's all the same. So now these people leave everything, come here. What do they have to do? They got to fight to stay here. So they decimate the natives. That's why they brought numbers. That's why the United States used to be all native nations. They decimated, especially the brown ones, because those are the more resilient ones. You ever see the brown swans? They broke up. Go to the pond. Go to the pond. You ever see the white swans and the brown black swans? The brown ones are broke up. So all the brown tribes, not only were they decimated, they were redesignated. That's why you don't see brown people designated as Indians anymore. That's a whole nother concept. Okay? So they did this. They killed off most of the natives. Then they basically raped into the system, got the $5 Indian going on, and took over the tribes, and then basically took over any sort of, we'll give you some reservations. We're sorry. We didn't know we were going to kill off 50-60% of your people by putting smallpox on blankets. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. They're all dead. Well, you know what? We'll give you reservations. And I'm sorry we raped a lot of you women, and the children are looking really ambiguous, but we'll let them lead those tribes. Okay? Just FYI. Why do I bring this up? They killed off, the Trail of Tears, they killed off all the buffalo, the food. So they basically froze them out, killed off their food source. This was a Trail of Tears. Thank you, Cubby. Cubby was the one who brought this up. Okay. So I'm going to bring it to now, because I don't want to go too far on, because I don't want to trigger you. Okay. Because remember, there isn't anything new under the sun. So now you have the invitation of these natives, these people coming from destabilized countries where they're enduring poverty, lack of safety, and they're getting invitations from the United States. Your holographic president sent out PR groups to go in these countries. I have the proof. I couldn't even make this up. We send them out there and said, hey, come to the United States. We have food, we have shelter. Do you know that Cheryl, big up to Cheryl from Cypher. Cheryl shared with us that she saw a, what's those cards? Oh God, I don't know the cards they use. What's the cards they use for groceries in the store? Is it welfare cards? They're called something. What are those cards called that they use? I don't know the name. Is it welfare cards? Is it WIC? What is it called? Food stamps? EBT. Thank you, Tammy. EBT cards. She saw the balance of one of these so-called invitees to your country. The woman had close to what? Couple $1,000? I'm not joking. I can't make this up. How does she have that much money on her EBT and she isn't even a citizen? Y'all, why is it that they have invitations to these people? Now, I don't blame the people coming in. Let's not blame the victims, okay? Please be mindful. This isn't a vilification of the people that have been lied to, who are being lured here with hopes and dreams like the Europeans were. We got to be careful blaming them, because you don't know what that is. They get $1,600 vouchers to go and stay in places. Some of you can't even afford your rent, but they're allowed to come here. They got EBT cards, unlimited food source, eating all the Cheerios, all the melon, all the graphene inundated foods, because all your food has graphene. That's alleged. Okay, I'm gonna go too far. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I going too far? Let me take a break. Let me take a break. Please put a like on the video as we go into part 2 of the prediction. I start you off with the PoleShift. I'm going to get into PoleShift, but I got to show you the setup. Okay? I'm going to show you the setup. I'm going to lead you back into this mode. This is the prediction PoleShift of 2023 to 2024. Check on in. Put a like on the video if you're up for the shenanigans today. You got my time today.
test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Okay, y'all. I hope you for the shenanigans today. Welcome everybody to the Purple Pill, and today we get into the predictions of 2023, Fleur Brown's predictions of 2023. What's to come? I'm showing you the setup that Willy Wonka and his League of Doom and the others, the League of Doom, because the other League of Doom is all of these mofos that are part of the holographic system. These are the beings that made it past the last reset. That's why they know what to do. They know there isn't anything new in the sun. They know this is a loop. They know how this runs, and they basically get everything geoengineered to get everybody in this, panties in a tizzy so they could set everybody up. Okay, so now you got the new Trail of Tears, y'all. That's why I said we're going backwards. We got the new Trail of Tears. We are the indigenous here because we don't matter what complexion. Remember, the last time it was natives. Now we all different nationalities. We all under the same umbrella if you're not from the United States. We are the savages that these people feel that they are meeting and are being violated because we're all so ungrateful. Now, you do know that Willy Wonka is allowing, and you didn't hear this from me because I just, allegedly, okay? You do know, hold on, that Willy Wonka, and this is just allegedly, may allow these people to vote, even though there's no citizenship, right? We got elections coming up, y'all. And we got a holographic president that is trying to rerun, even though he can walk up a flight of stairs and he's falling off his bike and his skin looks like it comes off every once in a while. And we don't know who that being is. Sometimes his eyes are blue. Sometimes they're brown. We don't know. Okay. Kind of like Kanye. Okay. So let's get into it. So we have this new inception of so on. I personally told you that my prediction is that we will have the splitting of the United Fakes. It has been basically divvied up already. They're just going to let you know and give you a couple scenarios. Do know that part of that divvying up so that they can kind of play fake so that they have a reason to do these things to you is that they have smart cities, okay, set up. These are the concentration camps. I told you we in a loop. We going to 1942. Y'all, the concentration. What did they tell the Jews in the books before they went on the trains? They were going to take them to safety, right? But they were going to take them and they willingly went on these trains and these journeys into these ghettos. Okay. And they made a law because Willy Wonka is clever. And these are lifers that make grilled cheese sandwiches on their back of their grill, back of toilets. They're here for life. So they setting it up so that the new law and the legislation, allegedly, we got to verify this. I've seen it. We got to make sure any people who read these things, Alicia, our political analyst, usually verifies these things to me. They have a law that if, in fact, there is some sort of chemicalized environment where it is unsafe, seemingly it is perceived and it is seemingly unsafe for people to live there, whether you want to or not, they are allowed to take military force to usher to people into these safe, wonderfully cities called, Walmarts that are being closed down that were the FEMA camps. But, that are nicely created so that you and your family can feel safe eating roaches that they call crickets, because that's the new food source. Because remember, all the food production companies have magically blown up. I mean, gosh darn it, since the beginning of the year, all these companies, all these food sources with all the eggs and the chickens of mass destruction, which I told you not to mess with because they got graphene, they look like aliens. Nothing with pink eyes and white furs, white feathers is natural. But I'm just saying, egg dispensaries and all these food companies, and then Chinois bought up Purdue. What is it, Purdue? One of the chicken companies. They bought up Smithfield. I mean, gosh darn it, you don't have any food. You're gonna be asked persuasively, coerced, forced, allegedly, into these concentration camps. Oh, did I say that? I'm so sorry. I misspoke, y'all. I mean, smart cities. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Okay? To eat the new food source, because remember, they've been nicely geoengineering your children by having videos on all of Cartoon Network, all of Nickelodeon, all of Disney Channel, making it a challenge to eat crickets and bugs. I can't make this up. So that you won't be shocked. Because if they say it's crickets, you do know it's roaches, right? Because roaches have the same texture. Just be careful, because how are you going to be able to prove the difference between a cricket and a roach when it's nicely milled down to a powder? And then also, remember, just a fun fact, remember how California just passed a law saying it was okay to utilize human remains as fertilizer? Oh, snap. Could this be a Soylent Green moment? I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you today, okay? Because Willy Wonka loves you, right? They just want to make you happy and safe. So bringing you into smart cities, allowing you to live free and clear as long as you got your cucaracha kill shot, okay? Or the 50 million versions of it that are meant to suppress the system and have a whole bunch of graphene. But that's a lie. I'm sorry. That's a lie. That's not true. Please don't believe anything I said there. There isn't anything in those shots. There isn't any graphene. Okay? That's why when they test people and they see it, those are people just lying to you. Okay? Don't believe the hype that graphene is in it. So all of these people having myocarditis and making a movie called Drop Dead Suddenly, don't believe these people. They're literally insane. They're insane because of the insane world they're in. Okay, I'm just saying. Just, okay. Let me go into PoleShift. Okay, so all these nanofibers falling out of the sky for the last 20 years, 30 years. If you look at Sex in the City or Sex and the City, depending on what timeline you come from. Okay, that's the whole. That's a whole. Timeline, different dimensional thing. Anyway, let me go on. You do know that the chemtrails at your Willy Wonka never asked you if you wanted to have sprayed down on you and your plants. Even when somebody gardens, all of the nanoparticulates that are falling in the soil that basically are so small that can go inside of the plant. And basically that's why they may have been promoting veganism, to allow for you to have a lot of that, because they knew that they were about to introduce another sort of wonderful elixir that will go nice inside your veins. So the combination itself can just poof, take a person out quickly. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay? Don't believe anything I just said. I have some form of Tourette syndrome. I say things that aren't true. So do not believe that. Always vet any lie I say out. Okay? So let's go into the country, the divided union. Personally, I think that President Trump will be the president of the new republic, which will be personally Florida, Texas, and Idaho, Oregon, part of Oregon, and there's a couple other states and so on. And do know, because we're going in a loop, that's why Mississippi is going back to Jim Crow laws. They themselves will maybe be an out sector or connected to the loop, depending on that weird kind of new law that they want to kind of reinstitute the lynching of people. I don't think they ever stopped the lynching. Anyway, Mississippi's up there. It's all that inbreeding. Anyway, so we have that. So that's a future for there. Europe, do know that Europe is designated for total decimation. Okay. That is why for the last 20, 30 years that most Europeans of any wealth have already regentrified and have bought land in Africa and other countries that are safe, like in Antarctica. But I don't, you know. It's also why Argentina and England had that big war where Argentina had to give up because they had a lot of people that died to take over those little islands right outside of South America where they can have all of their military stuff so that when their people are ready to demolition the whole Europe, Western countries, they can nicely go there and they can make sure they watch any of us to make sure we don't make it over there to have any safety. Because remember, we're in the pole shift, y'all. And remember, what used to be ice will now be green. So North and South Pole, big up to Marsha D who brought this up. North and South Pole are both ice. You know that, right? So if you go into Antarctica, you'll see that there's ice there. It looks decimated. First of all, most of you have never actually seen the real Antarctica where there's like a wall that separates these mentally ill people, but they know that's there. But they know that during the pole shift, in the last shift, that's why they always call it the ice age. They know that what was ice defrosts and becomes green. And they know what's green becomes ice. It is a polarity thing. It is a program. It is a loop. Okay. So they know that before the actual full-on pole shift, there will be this moving of the stabilizing of the magnetic poles, and it will flip. When it flips, there will be an instant ice age in the northern parts of the countries. Okay. And in the southern parts, it will become warm and tropical. That's why when you go to like what is it? Norway? Is that Norway? Norway, which hits Russia, whole Siberia, all those places. If you notice, a lot of people don't go over there and they're kind of banned from going over there, right? Okay. And you can verify this with and everyone says, oh, Fleur, how do you know there's a pole shift? Look at all the northern lights moving. Why are you seeing northern lights in the middle of Kentucky or somewhere like that? When did the northern lights come to the United States? So you can always verify if I'm lying or not by just basically looking at why are you seeing northern lights moving and shifting, which normally was over in like Norway, Sweden, parts of Russia. Why we have northern lights moving over here? Because we're already moving poles. Okay. And all of these train derailments. When have you ever seen train derailments in so many different countries? I want to say whoever's lost life in, especially the biggest one, which was in just recently in Greece. It was 2 trains that actually hit straight on. I do want to send out, some empathy and sympathy for those who lost loved ones in those derailments. Do know a lot of these derailments after Turkey got rocked. And I don't think people realize to the degree of how many people had lost their lives in Turkey. If you aren't aware, just to give you a little bit of illumination, Turkey had a huge above 7 earthquake. It basically crumbled buildings. And because it was so cold, even if there were survivors, a lot of people lost their lives from hypothermia. Okay. It was like 40,000 plus. Now, whether it was natural or not, that's conjecture. We can say that it was natural or not. We're in pole shift time, so I don't know that anything is natural. I think this is all a simulation, a simulated computer program. So in it itself, is it ever really natural or is it part of a program? So could they utilize the fact that the program is going to disseminate these types of physical geographical changes and shifts and utilize that for the nefarious agendas? Of course. Okay. We have Ohio. Let me give a lot of shout out to people who are living in Ohio. I'm sorry for all that's happened. I think if you don't know what's happened to Ohio, you need to get purple pilled today. If you didn't know, I'm about to illuminate you and purple pill you all up today. The original original point where Ohio had a derailment in a town called Palestine, which is interesting. That's why I say, y'all, pay attention. Palestine. Remember, are we living in America? Are we living in Africa? Are we living in the Middle East? They got a lot of the same names over in the Northern Hemisphere that they have in the Southern Hemisphere. That's why I tell you about the polarities. Why do you have pyramids over in Africa and Egypt and other parts of the country, but then you have pyramids, Olmec heads, and you have all of the same things over here in the Americas. Look at all in Mesoamerica. Look at all the pyramids from the Aztecians and the Mayans. Look at all the pyramids that were all in Georgia, in Virginia. I'm just saying, y'all, if we're supposedly in North America, why do we have a lot of the same remnants that are in Africa over here? But they don't let you know that, but that's fact. And if you think I'm lying, I always like to tell you, by all means, vet out the information that I give or don't give. I always say I'm not the source of all truth, but I've grown up and I've been cultivated by the best professors who said, don't you ever believe what someone tells you. Go vet it out and then put the proof with the pudding. Okay. Don't be lazy like some of these people who like to Google everything and then tell you you're lying, or say to people online, oh, I'm all about unity consciousness, but don't believe about people who are telling you loopers. Those people are not telling you the truth. Vet me out. Why would you tell me to say that I'm lying or I'm not telling the truth, but you can basically see what I'm saying playing out? Why do we have remnants of the same thing of AIDS that was reminiscent of cucarachas? Why would there be the same kind of match of how it was disseminated and how it was announced if I'm telling the lie? So basically vet out what I say. And that's how you basically can tell if someone is telling you the truth or just basically putting smoke and mirrors up your behind. Okay? Because you never know. I could be lying to you. I could be all kinds of crazy. You never know. So we have that going on. So you have the derailment that happened. And supposedly Willy Wonka said, we don't want these chemicals. The train had all these. Why do you have chemicals like that in a hazardous way that could be easily unsealed? Like, why wouldn't you have things definitively sealed so much that even if there was a crash, how could it be released? I'm just judging their containment system. Okay. And why, when it's released, do you think to do a clean burn and burn it off into the stratosphere, which basically toxified the whole air and moved 450 miles across the United States? So you now have a toxic spill, and it could have been isolated to that specific area and contained, but you don't want to do that, Willy Wonka, because we know what time it is, right? Do you know what time it is? Tell me, do you know what time it is? Check the clock. Anybody's a hip hop head, you know what that is, okay? Disseminated in the air. Not only do you have a toxic spill that was isolated, now you made it go rogue. 450 miles plus one across states. You have people in Pennsylvania with dead fish, dead dogs, dead ducks, dead birds. You had people over in parts outside in Oklahoma who had dead birds, dead chickens. Now you had all the manatees who were over outside of Mississippi crushing themselves. Beautiful. I don't know if you know the manatees. They're so beautiful. Crushing themselves and crowding themselves going into Florida because their water was being toxified. How do you have over 20-something over train derailments all over? And it's not just in the States, y'all. It's everywhere if we're not in a full-on pole shift. Prove me wrong. Derailments happen. So let's use our logical reason. If you have derailments, doesn't that say the tracks have moved just slightly? Did you see how many feet in Turkey the land moved from here 3 feet over after the earthquake? What do you think that's going to happen to the shifting of the plates? If that moved 3 feet over, don't you know there would be a shift everywhere? Tracks stay stationary. They don't have a lot of room for movement. If you have a destabilization of the plates, it's gonna break off the tracks. It's gonna move the tracks. And if a train is used to going on the same alignment and the tracks are slightly moved, you're gonna woohoo derailments, and it's all over. Welcome to the pole shift, y'all. You have earthquakes, tsunamis. You have tornadoes coming on point in places that never did. You got snow in freaking LA. You have snow in LA. You have flooding right now. This is a pole shift, y'all. You have people over in California that can't get down from their homes and are asking and begging for help because they have never encountered snow in these places in California before. Okay? We are in full-on pole shift, y'all. And if Willie Monk is not going to tell you, well, I will be the one to share with you today. Pole shift 2023 to 2024, y'all. It's on and popping. Okay? We got a full-on pole shift. You got these clowns of mass destruction. They've left the building. They all flew over Antarctica and they're all over there. They basically are allowing their skeleton crew to run shop right here. That's why you're seeing all these maniacs kidnapping children and all the Satanists going rogue because their handlers aren't here anymore. They left. They aren't here to experience the decimation of the people. All food is unsafe and non-consumable in the face. Let me state it again. This is allegedly. Allegedly. And I am a liar. Okay? I am a liar. Yes, this is untrue. Vet it out. Vet out my lies. Okay? Graphene oxide is in everything. That's a lie. That's a lie. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Check out what that does to your food. Check out what that does to your system. Do you see people aging at a rapid rate? Most people are suffering from limited oxidation of their body, like like a oxidative stress right now. Okay, look at your young people. You know how many young people I see with gray hairs right now? When is it happening? You have babies that are dying that are healthy in the hospitals, and not one person can say anything about it. That's alleged. That may not be true. Okay. Everything in the grocery stores, you should question. Listen to the name, Gross Restore. Gross. Anything that's named Gross, you should question going there. That's just FYI. The spells, I don't know if you want to go to a store that's called Gross first, okay? Just letting you know. The stratosphere is low and heavy now. So now, because of the moving of the magnetosphere, their gravitational pull is different. So now you see the stratosphere being moved down. The pressure is moving things down. That's why you see things that normally you wouldn't see because it would be higher up. And now you're seeing them lower. Talk about all kinds of phenomena, whether it's UFOs, whether it's spy balloons, that they say are balloons, which you can't really verify, okay? They're all over the place. You're seeing what you normally weren't able to see because every pressure is pushing everything downward. Your skies are lower, okay? They're making sure that they keep spraying so it's hard for you to disseminate or discern what's up there. But now you're able to see it, okay? There are places where birds are dying. Even in Peru now, you're not hearing all of the dead animals over here in Peru. Peru had all these birds dying, sea lions dying, penguins dying. How come that isn't on the news? Because those are lifers, y'all. They are the ones who are making up the narrative so that they can distract you and bring fear so that you aren't ever able to really equate what's true and what's not. Okay? And do know, I'm going to go into the pole shift with the plasma. Big up to Jay. I got to give him props, though. I never shout somebody out, but I listen to his videos. I'm really intrigued. I am. Okay? The plasma. You do know that I tell you blood in, blood out, plasma in, plasma out. How you come into this prism system. Listen, I didn't say prison. I said prison system, prism. How you come in is through the plasma. And how you leave is through the plasma. You got to get right with your waterways, y'all. And women, we're all water. So when our water is being destabilized, listen to the gentleman who talks about water, the Japanese gentleman who talked about water and frequency. When you speak to water and you say unkind things, you spike the water and it becomes non-geographically sound. When you speak love and peace and admiration to water, you make it geometrically sound and soft. What do you think is happening when we are all being bombarded by Wi-Fi, Starlink radiation? And listen, y'all, I don't believe in 5G anymore. This sucker is like 6, 7, and 8. Do you understand that over in Chinois neck of the woods, they said they were already working on 6 and 7. Be mindful to move past the the limitations of hearing information because everything is happening quickly. We are way past 5G. Okay, look at some of the things. I think big up to Akashik from my group Zoom. She said they already gave her something saying they were already at 6G or working on 6G. Okay, so just be movement oriented, because being stagnated right now, you could lose your breath. Graphene is real deal Holyfield. I'm not telling you that there's graphene in the food. I am not telling you that there's graphene in the air. I'm not telling you that there's graphene in anything that they gave you in shots. I'm not telling you that. This is going to allow you to know that we are at reset, y'all. Reset is basically decimating and disintegrating anything anything that existed before. Okay? It's the end, friend. What you used to rely on and you could put full value in, that has ended. The only thing that you can rely on is you. Not me, not anyone online, not anyone who promises you to the promised land, not anyone who talks in the walkie-talkie and says they speak to Oshun or Yamaya. No one you are on your own. It is you who are of your safety and your happiness and your joy and your freedom and you're getting out of this. It is all you. Listen, I share with you from a position of humbleness, but by all means, I will tell you every time anything that comes out of my mouth, you vet it out. You don't know who I am. You don't know where I come from. You vet out anybody who shares anything with you, because this is the time of deception. The Decepticons are in full throttle. They will come in your groups. They will come at you in different angles. They will come on you. And let me just say something. When Willy Wonka allows a being to talk and to basically be able to disseminate information, do know that that means they're on Willy Wonka's on their okay list. The reason why they delete all my videos, it isn't because I'm their friend. It isn't because they think that I'm going to share things to you that aren't valid. They know what I'm sharing with you. They know that this is the 100 monkey syndrome. So when I share these things with you, they already know that the spark that I may give you, you will illuminate and spark others. Okay, so we have the plasma. Now, I'm going to give you a couple things with the pole shift, and then we'll go into regions and how this is going to affect you and your family. And again, if you want to get deeper and really into this thing, you could join us on Patreon. Like I said, we're on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, practically every day, because we're on like 24-hour Zooms. That's why we call each other Zombies. That's why sometimes we're up all night, and we've discovered some amazing things and some ways to really be able to get ourselves free from this holographic web that's meant to keep you encapsulated in fear, in limitation, and also to make you unable to discern friend or foe. Okay? So let's get into the first part of the plasma. So plasma in, plasma out. Be careful with metals. Now, many of you know one of my favorite movies, and I love to watch it even to this day. It's a geek movie. I am a geek. I come from that time frame. It's called Night of the Comet. Do you guys know Night of the Comet? Does anyone know that movie? Let me see if some of you know it. Yeah? Okay. No? Okay, some of you don't. Maybe the younger ones, you may not know it. Okay. I will give you a homework assignment. It's a corny movie. Some of you millennials might think, oh my gosh, no, specifically Night of the Comet. They Live is like a biography of what's occurring. But I would ask everybody, thank you. Yes, 1985. I want everyone, if you get a chance, if you want to, it's just my suggestion, I would watch Night of Comet. Now, why I want you to watch it, I want you to look at it from your mind's eye. Because remember, what they'll tell you will always be the opposite. In this movie, I'll do a bit of a spoiler, but I'll just tell you, in this movie, they were inside of the people who survived this big comet coming out of the sky. They were inside of metal. Like One of them fell asleep inside of his truck. The other ones fell inside of like what used to be an old bomb shelter, which was a movie theater. So the ones who survived were inside of metal. That is the setup. That is a lie. That is meant to give you the opposite of what's going to happen. Okay. Now I'm going to bring up part of what you need to know is that the plasma is attracted to metal. And you notice the algorithm. That's why I say YouTube will put things in algorithm to set you up. That's why people who thrive on YouTube, they're supported by Willy Wonka. I'm telling you, the people who I'm telling you, it's not what I know. I've been on YouTube a long time with the OGs. All of the OGs, including one I used to talk smack about, which is Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot. She has a host of work, and I didn't get along with certain things she did, but that woman had done a lot of work, and she was kicked off of YouTube. All of the most valid people who have given you truth bombs have all been either limited on YouTube, taken out of the algorithm, or basically removed totally. Anybody who's thriving on YouTube, who's growing immensely, they are part of Willy Wonka's illuminate. No, now I'm not saying they purposefully know it. I'm just saying they are illuminating and upholding the agenda. Okay. Look at the OGs. Now let me go into the movies. Plasma is attracted to metal. All of this online, all this van life, converting your vans and trucks to houses, being able to, listen, y'all, I can't front. I'm not going to sit here in front with you. I love, as a Sagittarius, a triple Sag, I love watching people moving around and being in their home. And it's so amazing. I love watching it. Why are you being flooded with that? So that everyone is now buying trucks, vans, living in their van life, van truck life. You know why? I want to bring you back to Paradise Village in California. Can anyone remember Paradise Village in California, y'all? Okay. Yeah. Oh, they want you to live in these container houses that are made of metal. Okay. Y'all, yeah, let me show you. Hold on. I hope I can get it for you. Hold on. Let me show you what happens. Can I get it wide? Let me show you what happened in Paradise Village. Okay. Paradise, and many of you from California already know this, so this isn't a shock. But Paradise Village, if you remember, all of these cars were incinerated with people inside. But a lot of the trees withstood the heat. So you're saying to myself, why would a whole place where all these cars, where people were incinerated inside the cars, but trees were standing still? I'm going to tell you that the particle weapon, yes, I do think it's a particle weapon, but I think they use plasma. And plasma is attracted to metal. Listen to me. Plasma is attracted to metal. So what they use in the particleized weaponry, allegedly, it's a lie, is they did a beta test to see what would happen in a specific place to see how plasma and what it would do if it comes in a close proximity. It basically was a beta test. What it showed them is that plasma will incinerate any sort of metal. It will be attracted to it. You know what's interesting? After that whole Paradise Village happened, there was this new trend of people living in their cars. It started small, right? So let's look at that, y'all. Remember when some of you are from Cali, you let me know if I'm right or wrong. Come on now, just let me know. I don't say that I know everything. I could be crazy. I could be a Looney Tune. I could be all kinds of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You never know who's online. Vet it out for me. Do you remember what was incentivized and propagated right after Paradise Village? If I'm not mistaken, they started to push this narrative of living in your cars. I can remember right after, there were tons of young people who started to live in their cars. It was like this whole thing, like living on the road. And so remember, they start small and they bring it to where they want. Remember, that was the beta test. They realized that the plasma was attracted to metal. So what they started to do is incentivize living in container homes, living in tiny homes which were some were metal, living in van life, living in converted trucks. And also, if you remember, everywhere you used to have to pay for solar panels, right? And you do know that solar panels have this kind of like, it's almost like a little nuclear weapon. I forgot what it's called. It's like a battery. It's a certain kind of battery on it. They've incentivized having all of these solar panels on top of them. What if I tell you, and it's just a theory, I could be wrong. I could be, like I said, I could be wrong. What if I told you that in order to make sure that this entire population is reset, so that according to, big up to Tavares, Deborah Tavares, who just basically said that they want to get rid of 85% or 83% of the people in the United States. That's a lot of people. Deborah Tavares, big up to Deborah Tavares, who was on Carrie Cassidy. If you want to check out that interview, it was good. We had watched it on Zoom the other night. Really great, so-and-so. Absolutely, the Twin Towers too, right? Okay. We'll get into that because we were talking about that the other day. What if I told you that anything that they trend on YouTube or any social media, you should be cautious of? They are trending van life. They are incentivizing and propagating for people to live in a van, which is metal. And if you do know, just for icks and giggles, when you put a piece of metal inside of a microwave, and this is don't do this. I'm not saying it's safe. I'm just telling you. If you put it, if someone had done it, don't do it. But if someone had put a fork inside of a microwave, doesn't it like spark up and blow up? The movie that they put out, which was Night of the Comet, was to go into your subconscious and make you think that you would be safe being inside of a metal building. That's why all your bomb shelters, they were all metal. That even people who had prepper places, I remember for a long time, because remember, I come from the prepper community. Remember, I came from the prepper community, right? Excuse me. Remember that they were having all these people digging up their gardens or digging up the ground and placing these containers inside of the ground that were metal. Okay. I'm just, plasma is attracted to metal, y'all. And we're about to have tons of plasma because remember, plasma is on the firmament. And this entire encasement that we're encased in, which is basically a big bubble. It looks like a snow globe. We're in some sort of terrarium. That's Marsha D's term, terrarium. We're encased in like this snow globe. The outside of the firmament is it's like a gelatinous plasma. And as it starts to vibrate faster as we're going through a pole shift, where it's a system. It's a cylindrical pattern, AI ran looped hologram. As we get to before reset, it loosens. And above the firmament is like a water. That's why you're starting to see like fish come out of the sky, squid, octopus. Remember there was like years ago, you saw a whale in the sky? That's all because as above, so below. We're all in water. Personally, like Em says, we're in a yellow submarine. Okay. And just know that the firmament starts to get a little loose. It becomes, because it's vibrating faster in here, and it becomes loose, and that's plasma. So when the plasma comes down, it will be attracted to metal. That's why they have you all with metal in your body. They give you warnings. Remember, the universe does give you, remember, this is like a video game. I want you to also, I'll give you a couple movies to watch. Watch Alien versus Predator. That's another one. I'm gonna give you a break because I know you guys are gonna I'm gonna give you guys a break. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna give you a reminder again. Please put a like on the video if you're for shenanigans because I'm gonna be here for a minute. I'm gonna give you a little bit while longer. I don't want to make you too crazy, but okay. I'm gonna give you another countdown. Okay. Check on in. Put a like on the video if you're for shenanigans. I got a couple more minutes, so we can go further. I'm just gonna reignite your your subconscious.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Okay. I'm up for the shenanigans. I hope y'all up for shenanigans today. Okay. All right. So we're talking about the plasma apocalypse. That is not my term. That is Jay Dreamer's. Big up to him. Big up to everyone who allows for these conversations to be very fluid. Also, Jason Berfier talks about it being the he calls it the Phoenix event. Okay, so let's go into the prediction. So I've already predicted that United Fakes is going to be ran. The Republic is going to be ran by a faction of the few states that are going to go sovereign. That will be seceding with President Trump. The other side will be with the Satanists. The Satanists will take over, and the Sheen Wall will take over the rest. Okay, they're gonna do a false flag. So I'm just letting you know, if you don't want to be participating, listen. I'm a non-participant, and I rebuke the Purge, the Hunger Games, the Handmaid's Tale. What is it? What's the other one? The whatever the thing with the girl who's from 11. I rebuke it all. I'm a non-participant, and I make sure I stay away from voting because once you vote for one of these clowns and they do something underhandedly, then you take on the karma. So I'm a non-participant. I rock with none of them. Okay. So this is what's going to be happening. So you're saying to yourself, where is the PoleShift? PoleShift is happening. It's a global. We are not in a. You think that we're in a bigger space than we are, and it isn't. And there's a lot of non-real. There's a lot of characters in here that aren't real. So you're really not overpopulated. It makes it look like that because you have beings that are set here that are like background people. So really, it's not very many souls, okay? And if you've already decided to participate in one of their experimental programs, you've kind of like already said you weren't going to be here for the ascension or trying to get out of here, okay? So do you remember north is south, south is north? Also, we found out that the actually north is actually east. It's interesting that they put they're giving you a lot of information on north, which is Kanye's daughter, okay? You got to remember his name is West. And his name is North, and all in the news because remember they socially engineer you. You got to be careful because they're socially engineering you to have a constant concept they're giving you a constant concept of North and West. Okay, remember that they keep your attention on this little girl. Remember, this is a program, and whatever's being illuminated is being utilized to socially engineer your mind. So they're saying that Northwest is unsafe. Just remember that, because she's being incepted, whatever they say. And I don't want to talk about a little girl, because at the end of the day, it really has to do with the mother. You know what I'm saying? She's a little girl, and I wouldn't want anyone to, bully her or do harm or talk. Even with her behavior, you got to realize children's behavior is really being dictated or allowed by whoever is monitoring them and whoever's their mother. Okay. So, I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not really shocked that she is displaying this kind of behavior, because I think she's being incentivized. Actually, I think she's being cultivated and groomed by the whole of mass destruction, which is the insectilion of a mother that she has. And Kanye has left the building because now his name is Ye. And anytime they take out their name and they put part of it, that being is different heights. That being also, remember, if you remember the last time he was talking all kinds of reckless, they brought him into a facility and he told you that his supposedly his trainer was a CIA member who was a trainer to the celebrities. Why would you have CIA being a trainer to all celebrities unless they were used as a form of like handlers to make sure that they were controlling the minds of those, or just watching over to make sure they keep them under wraps. And then after he talked all kind of reckless, remember they put him in the reprogram center and he came out with blonde hair. Well, now he disappeared for a while. Remember, y'all were looking for him. And remember, Ye came back out and he didn't have blonde hair, but his partner did. She was a saucy, beautiful Australian girl with beautiful black hair. And she cut her hair and dyed it blonde. Because remember, they know when we're on stuff. So we know that when we see them dye their hair blonde, it means they've been reprogrammed. But they're trying to think we're stupid. So they said, oh, we're not going to dye his hair blonde, but we'll bring him back with a handler who did cut her hair and put it blonde. So basically it means he's been reset. That's why he gets all his contracts back, because now he's under control. He's under a handler. She dyed her hair blonde. She cut it. That means he's under control. And now he can get all his contracts back. Okay. When you talk all kind of reckless of the Malakians who are controlling the system, they're going to take you out and they're going to take all your finances. But now he's under control because now he's not Kanye. Kanye is probably locked underneath the dungeon somewhere. And this entity, that's why he was covering his face in publications. And when we went to Alex Jones with his face in a mask, because that is a being that's not used to being in the public. That is another, I think he's a clone of some sort or a double. That's why he covers his face. He didn't feel comfortable. Kanye didn't ever have to cover his face if he was going to be insidious. He's a Gemini. Geminis will talk smack to your face, in your face, and look at you while they do it. Why would a Gemini ever have to? What Gemini covers their face? Look at your president, President Trump. Had he ever cover his face when he's talking smack to you? I've known Geminis all my life. Geminis will talk smack in your face like, what? What, son? I said it. What you gonna do about it, right? So why would he cover his face? Because that wasn't Kanye. That's why you saw one with the mark on his face. That because the clones never come out perfect, or the seconds, or the lookalikes. That's why one is taller, one's shorter. Okay. The real Kanye is probably locked underneath somewhere, watching and being tortured by the fact that somebody's taking over his life. Okay. And that's why the brunette is now blonde. Who's another character? Is this somebody else whose husband dyed their hair blonde too? Whenever that happens, they're already taken over. Whether it's the reprogrammed or they're literally with a second. Azalea Banks is a Gemini. Oh, she's a Gemini. Yeah, she's reckless too, right? She just tell you to your face. Chris Brown too? Yeah. Yeah, I'll listen to a Gemini though. Geminis are my opposite sign. So you got to remember, when Geminis talk smack, I listen to them, because when I talk smack, sometimes it's reckless. I didn't say it's right. Yeah, I have to work on myself too, but anyway, so we're getting onto that. So now we have all of these different agendas working out. They're promoting van life. So they want to incinerate people inside of vans and trucks, and allegedly. Okay. Because the plasma is attracted to metal. Okay. Also, everyone has Mogellans, like a type of microfiber in them, because it's being sprayed all over the place. So why would you spray? Listen, this is an experiment. You're in a terrarium, y'all. Did you watch the Hunger Games? See, they tell you what they're going to do to you. Look at the Hunger Games when that smoke was coming up on them. inside the game. It was geoengineering the weather. It was creating all these scenarios inside there, poisoning them. It was doing that to gear them and to put them in certain mindset. They're spraying metals all over. You aren't going to avoid that. You got to clear yourself out. You got to do chelation constantly. You got to have to do chelation beyond chelation. And you got to make sure you are like, listen, I tested a bed the other day and it was all kinds of, I tested it with this. You know, this is your tester. This tests radiation. I tested the bed. The bed was all kinds of radiated. Why would a bed be radiated? Look at this. Let me show you. Let me explain something. I have something. Let me take the case off. I have this thing that keeps the radiation. Let me show you what happens when radiation. You don't realize, y'all. Listen, I'm going to take the case that keeps my phone protected. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. Put a like on video if you're up for the shenanigans. This is PoleShift conversation. I'm about to give more predictions. I already gave a prediction on the president of the republic. I'm going to talk about Europe in a minute, and then we'll talk about other things. Okay, so this is the phone. Okay, I have protection on the phone, so it's not as bad. So it's not as bad, okay? But this goes up. Look at that. Thank you, Nkandi. Okay. Now that's a low thing. When this goes up, you have to worry. This number here, okay? Now I have all kinds of protection on my phone. I usually have it in another sleeve that protects it. I have a Fahrenheit cage, you know, like a thing that I keep it in to keep it from you know, I look how many things I have on my phone for protection, and it's lower than it should be, but it still emits frequencies. I got a diode. Dr. Delbo Blair made us always have that. I have this sticker, which they're trying to take out of. Listen, they're trying to get this sticker out. It's sold out in 2.5 seconds. Anything that's helping you with radiation, they're trying to get rid of. And then I had this, which was from Lynn, which is a tachyon technology. Okay. I have so much radiation. Listen, and it's still emitting radiation. It's not as high as it would be. And I have a sleeve that I put it in that keeps it from emitting radiation. Okay. And I keep it in a Fahrenheit cage when it's anywhere. But I tested the bed, y'all, with this. And the bed, listen, if you sleep in on anything with wires or anything with metal in it, you need to replace it. Because remember, we're under a firmament with constant radiation. If you're sleeping in a bed that has coils, this is my suggestion. I'm not a doctor. I'm not anyone, but I'm just telling you, I would rid any bed. I wouldn't sleep in any bed that has any sort of coils in it or any metal in it. You're already be Wi-Fi just with all the radiation. Allegedly, it may not be true. I'm a liar. Okay. Vet it out. Okay. Let me show you the proof. Listen, this is alleged. Let me show you the proof. Because sometimes you think, listen, people will go on and tell me I'm a liar. They say, oh, Fleur Brun is exaggerating. She's a liar. She talks about loops. It's untrue. You know what's crazy? They have no proof of anything. But let me give you proof because I'm a Sag. Let me show you. Just for X and giggles. I have you here, right? Let me show you. Let me show you. Okay. This is a video. I only share this on YouTube, on my Patreon page and my other page, but I'm going to show you. Come on. Did they take it off? Oh, no. Okay. Okay, here it is.
So I'm testing my bed, and I was finding out that my back, my arms, and everything were really hurting. So I decided to just test the mattress. Look at this, y'all. Look at the mattress. The whole mattress. And this is crazy. Look at this. This is what I've been sleeping on. And this is why I've been in pain. Look at this. This is outrageous. Look at this. Oh my God. Check your mattresses, everybody. Check them.
Okay. All right. So, you know what, like I said, I got to show you proof because then you think I'm a liar. Okay. So the energy is in the wires. You got to be careful. And also I would check your walls, because a lot of times when you have, remember, I moved out of Florida, I had to check. I live in a beautiful home. I'm outside of, I won't give my location, but I'm living somewhere that is outside of that. So I always test the walls, because wires go in walls, and you get like a charge. You always test it. This one is the Eric Hill one. Is this the Eric Hill one? I have two of these. This is an EMP tester. Test the wires in your walls. Make sure your children's beds aren't on walls where there's live wires. You got to test them. So if your body's in pain, let me say this. If your body's in pain and you feel like aches and pains, I would check your mattress. And if you have any, listen, I'm going to say it again. I could be crazy. I'm lying, because they like to take my video down. So I'm lying to you, y'all. Get off of any metalled beds. You can get the beds that are natural fibers. Get off of anything metal. Do wooden beds. Make sure you aren't putting your beds next to walls where there are live wires and outlets. Try to remedy. I showed you the young ladies who do the actual balancing your homes that help to find that what is it? EG3? BG3 energy, which is higher energy. You have to do it, because you already, the bras, the brassieres, I have no metal in my bras. You got to do it, ladies. And stop putting tampons in your hoo-ha. Is this a child? Hold on. Please let the little ones out. Can we talk? I know I'm talking about the pole shift. I know. Am I going too far off? Should I go into this? Is it going to disgust you? Maybe some of you should walk out of the room. If you have little ones, put the earbuds on for a second. I won't go too far. I don't like talking about this. I have little ones. Okay. Just make sure you aren't putting these tampons inside of you. Remember, I've told you years ago, you should be wearing natural pads. If you are using pads, you should use the natural ones. But I would tell you, I wouldn't even use it anymore. I would get the bamboo cloth pad. I know you're going to be like, oh, Florborn, that's so back in the days. I'm telling you, they've infiltrated everything that you use, and you put that straight in you. You wonder why you're getting all kinds of fibroids, the little things going up in you, because if you look at the nanoparticulates that are on these little pieces of or microplastics that are on side of your on your pads, you're putting that inside of yourself, and you're leaving remnants. And then some of you are still using archaic Scott's toilet paper. You're using look at the fibers on the toilet. I don't want to get you, listen, I already do this with Zoom. I don't want to really get you paranoid, but if you look at the fibers of the toilet paper used in Scott still, you're going to have some problems, okay? Because you're wiping your hoo-ha every day, your bum with things that have nanoparticulates on it, and you wonder why you're going to have issues. Toilet paper matters. I would even get a bidet. I wouldn't even trust it. And I would have a bidet with like clear water with like saline. I'm just saying, Willy Wonka's going all ham. They've got your food infiltrated, allegedly. That may not be true. I'm a liar. Okay. They've got all of the animals pumped up with all kinds of vaccines. So I don't care. And I don't care what kind of so-called organic food you're getting. We had a video, big up to Jessica. We watched it the other night. Jessica, everything's in everything. If the animals are walking and there's chemtrails, what do you think is falling on the animals? And you are what you eat. So even when you take the best care to eat only organic and so on, do know that all the food is being rained on with nanoparticulates, allegedly. Okay? You got to do chelation. This is an all-out war, allegedly. This is a war. Things are falling out of the sky. Nanoparticulates are all, allegedly. I'm a liar. This is for entertainment purposes. Vet out everything I say. I could be a maniac. Okay? This is an entertainment. This is not real. I'm pretending. Everything is being rained down. So when you get organic food, unless it's being grown with its own organic material under a dome that the soil has been built up, you are all being inundated with constant graphene. I could be lying. It's untrue, allegedly. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the pole shift, y'all. United Fix is for demolition. It has already been claimed. It was leased, and all of the beings are taking over the property. It has been diced up. It is the whatever the video, Cherish was saying, Alicia was the one who had us watch a divided union. It has literally been broken apart. It is time for you to make a decision. And I'm telling you, I came on today. I was like, listen, I'm just keep it all real. Once they removed my last video, y'all, and then you had other YouTubers talking smack about me as soon as my video was removed. It's interesting that other YouTubers will talk smack about me when I'm off. And you got to say to yourself, I always think, well, maybe are they down with Willy Wonka? That means they're either down with Willy Wonka or they're down with AI. Why would you attack when you know that I'm off? How would you know that my video speaking about certain things is off? Be careful with these people who illuminate. I think Rod Hayes, big up to Rod Hayes. Rod Hayes said they look like you, but they're not you. Be careful liking people just because they look like you, because the best way to infiltrate a population is to send someone who looks like them to speak a language that they speak so they can be inseminated with lies and mass destruction. You've known me on YouTube for 2011. I wasn't on here when there was advertisements. See, I'm one of the OGs. I came on here way back when people thought I was a weirdo, called me all kinds of names, said I was all kinds of crazy, and now you're seeing everything I say come to true. I've got an archive that speaks to what I spoke about from 2011. Be careful, people who just come on here because it makes, they can make some money off of talking to you and sharing things with you so that they can have a come up too. Remember, the OGs, we didn't get paid to be on YouTube. We actually came on here because we wanted to share things, and we were about that life. We were intelligists by nature. We didn't come in with the crews who came in here and redefined themselves so that they can make money off of people and make up all kinds of lies or just make up things. I'm not sitting on YouTube for 12 hours talking about things to keep you distracted. When I come on here, I give you 1000%, and they piss me off. So you get more because I'm pissed off. Whenever I come on here, especially after they take down a video, I come on here and give you more intel. All right. So enough inflation. I got to work on that. Okay. So we got the pole shift coming on. All of the geographical locations will be changed. You're starting to see lights in the sky. I can show you pictures of that too, because remember, they call me a liar, but I can show you pictures. See, this is one thing about this life. So let me show you a picture of what you're seeing in the skies showing up all over the place, because the aurora lights are moving. They're not in the same places that they used to be. You're seeing things like this just showing up out of the blue. What the heck is this? This is the kind of thing, this is plasma, y'all. These are the type of things that are showing up. Listen, you're getting lights in the sky like this. Big up to C-Star. This is actually in this is actually a rocket that took off in the Virgin Islands. Big up to our C-Star who shared this with me, who lives in St. Croix. I think she lives in St. Croix. She actually shared this with me, Amara. Thank you, Amara. Okay. They're actually taking ships off because everything is now being changed. You're trying to test the perimeters of the firmament, and light shows are showing up all over the place. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to give you. So many pictures in here. Hold on. And also, okay, I can't find the one I want to show you. I'll show it to you. And these are the type of people they will send to watch you. They have humiots. That's another thing. When we talk about things like this, I tell you all the time, I've been on a long time, but they will send Agent Smiths all over to mess with people who are in awareness or trying to share things. These are the type of people they will send next door to you. They're called humiots. Oh, wait. Wait a second. These are people who come who are contracted. And I will tell you before I go further in, they know who's out here. They look through Project Looking Glass and they look at people who will illuminate people. This is your person that they tell every little girl they should be like. Look at her. This is Kim Kardashian telling you who she is. She's with her insect beings, y'all. I told you this years ago. Remember when I shared this with you and everybody thought I was crazy? She's telling you who she is. She's an insectoid. You thought I was lying, okay? But let me tell you, they have humans that they set out here. These are beings that will follow you around and they will basically take notes on you. They are hired by Willy Wonka. They had them. That's why I moved from my home in Florida. The home has been sold because they had a human and they set them right next door to basically set up cameras all around my house, all on top of my house. Some of you have seen these people go into my video camera. You can't make this up. I can't show it. I don't know where it is. They're called humans. These are human intelligence collectors. They basically are set up and contracted by Willy Wonka. When your holographic president came into power, he actually had a billion something dollars that was to be dedicated to people that were human intelligent collectors. So basically they disseminated these people that were contracted by Willy Wonka to live around you, to go to your workplaces and to take intelligence and information about you so that they can report it back to Willy Wonka. These are the type of beings they will set up. Look at them. They will set them up and they will have cameras all around your house. These are humans. Okay? And you can verify this. I could be all kinds of paranoid. Why don't you look into the program that when Willy Wonka came into power, the holographic president that put his hand on the Satanist Bible before he took his false inauguration, they were contracted. They had $1 billion plus to set out humans all over to people of interest. What's her name? Something Janelle. She's amazing. Please support. She talks about it. They attacked her. What's her name? Chiefess Janae, Chiefess Janae, wonderful young lady, beautiful, saucy, wonderful. They set them out. They set them out all over the place. Humid. They call H. Let me spell it for you. I'm getting off topic again. I'm sorry. You know what, y'all? I need to stop. I gotta stay on point because I'll be here all day. Okay, they're called Humits. HUMUIT. And they're human intelligence collectors. HUM as in Mary, UIT. Humans. They were set out here. This is the witch hunt that you see before every shift. They were set out here. So if you have people that are taking pictures of you and they call you, I'm not talking about people who are schizophrenic. I'm not talking people who are yes, Janelle Monáe. I love this young lady. Tell her how amazing. I know she'll think I'm a weirdo because I am. So I support her. She's able to give people and show them that the Native Americans were connected to the brown people here and that they changed the names and that they have their identity. They follow her. I saw her. So tell her how amazing I think she is. I think her channel is being definitely they're bothering her. And I know she thinks I'm a weirdo. That's okay. I adore her anyway. You don't have to like me for me to like you. Cause I'm a little weird to people. I really like her. Chiefess Janae. She's amazing. I'm a weird. Y'all have known me for a long time, and this is an organic channel. I haven't gone on other people's channels to promote me. You know me, and she's amazing. Just I love her. Tell her how much I think she's amazing. I wish people just listen, especially brown people who are looking for their reclaimed identity that was taken and stolen and they were regentrified and destroyed. I think she's amazing. And I watch her work. I just love it. And like I said, I don't care if she liked me or not. I don't care. She's amazing. Not to say she wouldn't, but I'm a little weirdo. So she might think, oh, she talks about aliens. Some people, I get a stigma. They'll be like, oh, she's cool, but she talks about aliens. All right. So anyway, so we have the humans that have been set out. Willy Wonka has set out these people to watch us and monitor us. They live next to you. They go to your job. They take pictures. And anybody you talk to, they identify. They have Project Looking Glass. They know when you're sharing information that's going to illuminate people. That's why I tell you online, anybody who's rising and rocking to the top is because they're being supported by Willy Wonka, and they're basically part of the agenda. Okay. Rod Hayes, big up to Rod Hayes. Rod Hayes spoke about this. He did say this, and I had Rod Hayes on. I wasn't on when he was on, but big up to Rod Hayes. He was actually on my chat on Zoom when I was in Brazil, but I wasn't feeling well, so I was sleeping when he was on. So big up to Rod Hayes. Just tell him I said, hey. And nobody's perfect on here too. Just remind you, we're all tampered because we're in this, this craziness out here. Okay, so we got the pole shift, everything's happening, got volcanoes going up. Now the pole shift will cause temperatures to change in certain areas. So if you were seeing your temperatures drop and you're normally in a warmer area, that's part of the pole shift. Now, some of this can be socially geoengineered by Willy Wonka and his League of Doom, because they do know that the pole shift happens, and they also will add their own little elixir into the mix when they know that it's going to happen. So remember, we're in a loop. And in the loop, they know that what happens, everything is predetermined. And that's why I'm saying everything is geoengineered and it's predetermined, because we're in a loop. It happens every single time. It's like a figure eight. They know when it's going to happen. And loopers know when these things are going to happen, especially if they were able to survive the last cataclysm and hold on to the memory of what happened. So they can basically set up their agendas to roll along with the natural or unnatural AI events that happen in this holographic projection we call the Matrix. Okay. So that in itself, this is going to happen. Safe zones, you must know that they're planning, the safe zones wouldn't matter, because their agenda first with the pole shift is to decimate and get rid of the majority of people on the planet. The rest that they want to use is only for worker bees. And that will be set up for you to go into Walmarts, smart city, also known as smart cities, also known as concentration camps. I'm a liar. I may be wrong. Don't listen to me. That's allegedly. Okay. So if anything happens, it's my opinion. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if they tell you that, remember, they just made a legislation, allegedly, that if all of the terrain around you is toxic, and if you look at all the train wrecks with all this toxic air and all the dead birds and dead fish and all of the wildlife that's being destroyed, and all these factories that are disseminating all this poison in the air, and all the land is being poisoned, if that is the criteria to usher people unwillingly into these centers, then by all means, you already see it's happening. And I would tell you, if you go and sit in the United States is designated for extermination. It's my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm a liar. Okay. And I would just say, I would really think to myself, and let me say this, I would think to myself where I want to be, because the pole shift is not the biggest issue. It's the interference from the others that is the biggest that's the issue. Because if we went through a full-on pole shift all the time and there wasn't any sort of manipulation or additive, most people would survive it. If you look at all your natives, the natives have survived how many pole shifts? You hear a lot of the natives talk about, and all of the other higher-minded natives, they all were removed, meaning they ascended. And that's where we're going to talk about the other part of the prediction of the pole shift. So let me give you timestamps where I've kind of put things together. Over the next 6 months, they're going to disseminate several different false flags, generally on the 8th of every month for some reason. I think it's Melissa and a couple of people. On the 8th, usually big things, false flags happen on the 8th, whether it's the queen dying, it'll always something be big on the 8th. Okay, the 8th is kind of to help usher things in. Over the next 6 months, you're going to see your country, and depending on where you are, and I'm going to talk about Europe, my European family, to be very mindful, because Europe is considered to be totally done. Like other than Russia, or in that arena around Siberia, probably near the border of Asia and Russia. Remember, China has multiple it has multiple volcanoes. If you look at China and you look at all the volcanoes, China goes. That's why the Chinese have been migrating into other places. I think they just know that this happens, and they basically like, it's not almost like insectilians. They kind of go into other countries and just move out. There's 10 million Chinese in Africa. There's a lot of Chinese in other countries. I think that's purposefully done because they know that China is opted for decimation, for it to be destroyed because of all the all the volcanoes. During the pole shift, all volcanoes will go off simultaneously. You're seeing them go off now, but it'll happen more and more close together. Okay, so in around 6 months, you're going to start to see Willy Wonka doing certain things to usher in what will happen with the poles shifting. Okay, within the next, what is it, March now? March is like the rainbow event. So, the rainbow happens all the time. It's just heightened radiation. I think it has to do with an opening. Remember, I had actually encountered the rainbow event, I think 5 years ago. It's so long, right? So long ago. The rainbow event happens. I think that why the rainbow event happens every year around March, I think it's an opening in the firmament. I think it's like a bleed over from the plasma that comes in. That's why it looks rainbow-like a wave. That happens during this month. Usually early March, around this time, you get to, and you usually feel it. And then you have these X flares happening back to back to back from the sun simulator. I in zero way think that the sun is real. I personally know that the sun is a sun simulator. I really think that it isn't even the first one. I think they have multiple versions of that solar fixture that's in the sky. I think that's why when we were little, our sun was yellow, and now the one that you're seeing now is white. Look at the sun. And it could be from all the multiple metals that they're spraying in these chemtrails and contrails in the sky that could be changing the way we perceive it. But that actual simulator in the sky, that is emitting some sort of X flares. And I think because we're going into a time where we're supposed to turn on, like our dormant DNA is supposed to turn on, I think that's also why they low-jacked people's DNA with the Kukurachi kill elixir. Okay? It's to low-jack their DNA. So it isn't going to express the dormant genes that would normally make you able to withstand the radiation, because radiation isn't necessarily negative. If your body is healthy and your DNA is quite open and receptive, it isn't locked, you turn into like an X-Men. So you have the ability to kind of evolve. It actually helps you to evolve into a higher type of being here. Okay. And unfortunately, because people are inundated with multiple different chemicalized poisons that they have chosen to participate with, it basically low-jacks, or it nullifies the ability for the body to take on these energies, frequency energies, and to expound itself and to, level itself up to deal with what's coming. Okay. But I will say this is that everyone is being inundated with the metal that is coming out of the sky. There isn't anyone, if you're eating any food, especially in the fakes, everything that you're eating is being inundated with the metals. Okay. And the key is there, if you're living here, and it's a lot of places that have chemtrails. I'm not saying it's the only place, but this is the place that is its number one way it's going to change and do things to its population. I would do a chelation. You should have a chelation regimen. We talk about this on Patreon all the time. You do your chelation regimen every 2 weeks. I would normally say once a month, but we're in those times. So I would do a chelation every 2 weeks. I would stop utilizing things that are bringing more metals. And I talk about using metal pans. I haven't used metal pans, having all those aluminum cans. Most of you go to cookouts and you're using aluminum foil to cook your food. You're cooking on metal. Like our ancestors used to use clay. Okay. Clay pots, glass, you know what I mean? You keep messing with metals, you you're going to infiltrate your body with more metals. And at this time with the plasma, that's why if you have joint pains, any kind of back pains, anything like that, if you do the chelation, you're going to feel better, because it's the metal interfacing with all of the frequencies that's bombarding our terrarium, our this snow globe. Okay, there's nothing, none of those things. You got to pull metals out. Chelation is pulling. You got to flush it out. The metals has to be pulled. There's nothing you could take. There's things that can lessen how you feel when you're inundated with radiation and the metals being proactive with your body, but you have to pull it out. Okay, you have to pull it out. It's the only way that you'll be okay. And you have to make sure whatever you're ingesting or whatever you're taking in is literally being checked at the door. So a lot of your clothing, the fibers that they're giving your clothing, all these cheap clothing that you're getting has nanoparticulates in it. It has little microfibers in it. That's metal. Mamas, be careful with the babies. We got our babies at home. You want to wash the clothing and get rid of those microparticulates, okay? You have to check them at the door, because at the end of the day, this is their goal. They're going to reach their goal. That's one thing I say. As much as I talk smack about the Willy Wonka and his League of Doom, they know what they're doing. They will get rid of, I mean, if you look at our population now, ever since the Kukarachi kill, how many people that left the building? How many people do each one of us know that left the building? And I could tell you, within each of our circles, most of us have known more people that died within 1 or 2 years than we had known our entire lives die. Okay? That means that they are successful. And that isn't even started yet. Okay? So that being said, I would just make sure you do a chelation. Okay? Because what is coming in the next couple months? Now you got the rainbow event, which is going to cause for you to have certain forms of evolution and evolvement. You'll notice that you'll know more things. You'll be aware of more things. You'll be more kinetic. So thoughts are things. Be careful of the things you say, think, or do, because with that rainbow event, it does allow for more kinetic, because it's radiation, it's plasma. Plasma's it's sentient. Plasma's sentient. It interfaces with you. Okay. Then we have coming towards, March, April, May Day. May Day. Remember, April Fools, April 1st. And then you have May Day. May Day. Okay. Be careful, because names will tell you things. They name things. You get hints of what's going to happen. Remember, May is when your holographic president said he was going to stop the emergency delegation of the. Remember, he said that? So what would make him not have to do? Because I know he isn't going to take off the emergency. So what would have to happen for him to keep that? A false flag or two. Okay. So between now and about April, I think April Fools, you got to be careful with the April 1st. Around that time, we know the 8th, something major happens. Usually false flags happen on the 8th of each month. And then the dissemination of something that will let him extend that May Day, that May time. So May time is probably be a big event. Okay. So remember, we're in PoleShift time. So you will see the earth moving. You will see more train derailments. You will also see planes dropping out of the sky. Planes are being kinetically charged. You're in a big metal box that's flying in the air with the air stratosphere that's lower now, because we're magnetic north and south are shifting. So it's causing pressure to push down the stratosphere that's normally higher up. And then you have plasma coming rogue and being attracted to metal in the sky. So be careful with that. Yes. And you have sulfur dioxide being methane. Methane gas being released out of the grounds. Or sulfur, what is it? Sulfur dioxide, sulfur too, because that's with the actual volcanoes. But then you have sulfur dioxide. I think it's methane gas. And look at the effects. And I could be a liar. I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor. I'm a liar. Look at the effects of methane gas and sulfur dioxide that's released that you don't know. Because a lot of people are hearing booms in California. Big up to On, who also Blade was talking about that months ago. There's booms going on all through California. And that's because the plates are moving. And they're not being reported. Hold on. And anybody else who's hearing that too, let me see if I can get the booms for you. So if any of you've heard this, you can kind of relate and see if you've heard it as well. Hold on. I want you to hear it. Oh, frickaroonies. Hold on. So you can tell me if anyone, because it's happened all in California, but I want you to hear it so you can hear how it could affect you. Hold on. I'm just trying to get the boom for you because I want you to hear it so you can see if any of you've heard it. Darn it. I should put everything in once in one slot. Oh, here it is. Okay. Now listen and tell me if any of you have heard this. Is everyone ready? Okay. Just let me know if anyone has heard this anywhere else. I know it was heard in Oregon too, in Washington. Washington, you guys were hearing it. So listen and tell me, put a 1 if you've heard this in any of your cities. Okay. Okay, I'm going to play it one more time. If you've heard it, please put the city that you've heard it as well. Thank you. Maya says she heard it. M Divine, put the CJ Childs, put the city that you guys are hearing it from as well. I'm going to play it again. This has been ongoing in California like for over a couple months. And people are hearing this. The news are not talking about it. They're acting like it's not happening. It's multiple bomb sounds in these areas and no one can tell, no one's saying where it's coming from. And you hear it and it's loud. And this is happening. Dogs, you heard the dogs barking. It's not someone's making up. So this is the video. Okay, so I see Bakersfield heard it, California. I saw hold on. Okay, Victoriaville. A lot of people in California heard. Buffalo, New York said they heard it. Valley Village in California said they heard it. Richmond, Texas said they've heard that. Chicago said they've heard that. Sajoki, Finland. Finland said, this is the first. Finland said they heard that. St. Louis said they heard that. Stone Mountain, Washington State, Upper Michigan said they heard it. Glendale, California, and Indianapolis heard it. Ohio heard it. Portland, Oregon. Scotland, Dundee, Scotland heard it. Lost bases near Victoriaville. San Diego, the east of Camp Pendleton heard it. SA, Texas heard it. Indianapolis heard it. Wow, y'all. Look at this. Las Vegas heard it. Connecticut, 203 Connecticut heard it. San Francisco again. Heard it near New Jersey. Rosie. Mississauga, Canada heard it. New York heard it. East Texas. Pittsburgh heard it. This battery is down in this in the kitchen in the drawer. No, they're by the fridge. I have batteries in the top drawer. They should be those batteries. Let's see, Bristol. Okay, North Carolina. Okay, so y'all, I'm gonna talk about we heard somebody say that. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right. So we have a lot of places that heard it. What I understand is that these particular booms are happening because it's the plates moving. And when the plates move from underneath the ground, you hear booms. This is what someone who said who was a seismic professional. And during this time, An also said she could smell the smell of cotton, like burnt paper. Is anyone else having smells with the sound as well? She said right before the booms, she smelled burnt paper. Is anyone having these smells? And I think it may be the smell of methane, because methane doesn't have a scent, but she smelled burnt paper. Anybody else smell that before the booms? Anybody? Put a 1 if you smelt anything. No smell. Some people didn't. Okay, some said yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. We got some people saying yes. Burning before, more after. Okay, yes. I thought it was burnt leaves. See, burnt paper. That's paper. Okay, burnt leaves. Yes. Smell like coal was burning. Okay. Okay. No smell. Okay. Some didn't smell it, but they sound okay. Usually, but not overpowering odor. Okay. I think that the smell could be, and again, this is not, I don't know. We're hearing the booms, and this boom has been documented in our group since 2020. We also have Blade, who was part of our group before, who also was in the outside. I think she was in Oakland. She heard the booms as well. This one was in LA. And I see that everyone's hearing the booms. We heard from a seismic person that the booms are actually the plates moving. And that's the sound that's how loud it sounds when the earth is moving. That's the sound that's coming from the earth. And whenever that happens, there is sometimes a gas that's released. Also, I want everyone to pay attention on big to one of the sea stars, Phoenix, who actually does a whole collage on the pole shift, what happens around the pole shift, these different things moving. Also, with the pole shift, you have to understand gas lines will be breaking as well. So I want people to pay attention and look in their news in their cities to see how many gas lines were broken, how many water lines were also severed and broken. This is also a detail. So you can actually fact check yourself to see if you're just paranoid, if it's just not anything major, but you can also fact check yourself and see if in fact there is brake lines breaking, gas lines breaking. A lot of these explosions that are being witnessed are coming from the plates moving, and then you're seeing the explosion simply because there's gas main lines that are being severed underneath the ground. Okay, so that's because the plates are moving. That's what a seismic expert has said. We didn't know what it was for the longest time. So if you're hearing it where you are, take note of it, and I want you to document it to see how many times you're hearing it. I want you to be mindful of it. Okay. Yes, the tectonic plate moving. Okay, so that is part of the beginning of 2023. You're going to not only see more earthquakes, you're going to see flooding. Also there's a combination planet between Willy Wonka and his League of Doom that are basically causing more harm, knowing that these things are happening. You do know, I want everyone to pay attention to the dams, because in California, some of you are having flooding right now. The flooding is happening because water is coming inward. Remember, there were places where water was leaving. Do you remember the towns that water was literally like there were lakes and they dissipated? Water has to be removed and placed somewhere else. When water moves from one place and disappears, it shows up in another arena. That's part of the pole shift. So now California's flooding right now. I want many of you to pay attention to your dams. The dams in itself are the concern that most people have when it comes to the pole shift, because the dams being overwhelmed. Remember, California is not known to have that much water, at least before shifting. Remember, unless you have a memory of the past pole shift, you may not know how it comes. That water coming in inundated areas that normally are dry, and then basically putting a lot of pressure on the dams that literally may be utilized as a strategy to push people away from the shorelines and move them into bigger cities where they'll have smart cities to place them into concentration camps. I'm lying. That's not true. I'm sorry. Okay. So that is my prediction, is that you're going to see dams break in the next actually 2 to 3 months, you most likely will see dams breaking. And also because of all the poisons that are flying all over the air that we're now, and all that dirty water, that poison water being redistributed in Houston, Texas, and other places, you may begin to see, because remember, precipitation, remember, water doesn't just stay in one form. If water, can you turn on the little, the glowy thing down there? Thing down there? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Go. Bye. Okay, sorry, y'all. My little one's in here. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, my little one just had to put something up for me. I'm sorry. I don't like to have her on camera. Okay. Thank you. I don't what kind of batteries are those? Let me see. These are double A's. Look in the bottom drawer too. All the batteries we have would be in there now. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's sewing machine? Ah, okay. Well, I'll look when I get off. Okay. Okay. So ask Chen. I should have more batteries. Sorry, my daughter wants to do so. I love sewing machines, but it's like a little battery. My mommy gave her a little battery sewing machine. So cute. Okay, so we will see dams breaking, and also some of that leached dirty water purposefully trying to move people. And like I said, I prepared the group. We have our group, we prepared, but everyone should be prepared to be movable, meaning that if something happens, whether it gets too cold and you're not used to it, whether it gets really wet, you need to be prepared. Especially if you have little ones, to be able to move quickly into an area that they don't want you. Because remember, they're going to move. They're hurting everybody in the state. They're moving everybody in these smart cities, y'all. They're hurting people. Okay, so you got to be careful. I don't know if you ever watched The Walking Dead. Do you ever see The Walking Dead? Remember The Walking Dead? They always herded the dead into these cities, and then the dead would make people run. All the people that are actually living do certain things that were crazy. You have to see they're moving The Walking Dead, and they're going to motivate you to move into cities where they can have access to you and limit your resources. And also to talk about the banks, that's another part of the pole shift. It's the pole shift causes all these other things. Okay. Remember, the pole shift is a geographical changing of the magnetic field. Okay. But in it itself, it motivates, and pole shift changes what people do, or what Willy Wonka and the others who know that this happens, it motivates them to do things to destabilize you more. Many of you know the banks are already breaking down. Big up to On who gave this intel. This is more than 97% of SSIVB's deposits aren't FDIC insured. Buckle up. Okay, listen, this is Kevin Malone. On, share this with me. So more than 97% of the SSIVB deposits aren't covered. Did you see when they went in? I think it was Berkeley. Berkeley was going to the banks to try to take their money on. I shared with you years ago what happened in Ireland. And I told you, one of the sea stars who's actually from Brazil told you, whenever they're going to do something with the money, remember, everything's breaking down. I already told you, it's set for dissemination. Anything that used to exist is going to be totally unraveled, destroyed, and got rid of. It's a reset time, y'all. Everything's going to be destroyed, including the monetary system. If you're putting too much emphasis on it, you might have more problems than other. I already told you to be sovereign. I taught you, anybody who's been down with me from the first day, I told you be autonomous. The only way they have control of you is if you have stake in the things that they do, and they can move you based on you being reliant on it. People who are on welfare, who rely on EBT, they are already cutting off your money. If you are relying on Willy Wonka, that's why they had welfare in the United States. You know that, right? It was a setup. It is to make you codependent so that when they pulled the rug underneath you, you had nothing you wouldn't be able to survive because you had been generationally codependent on Willy Wonka for sustaining yourself and your family. That was a setup. You think they give people welfare because they love them? They give you welfare because they want to make you codependent, and they don't want to just make you first generation. Because remember, one generation that's different. They make sure you're generationally dependent. So meaning that if your grandmama was on welfare and your mom is on welfare and your sisters and brothers are on welfare, then it's harder for you to have any sort of cellular memory of being autonomous or being able to be individually, accountable for sustaining yourself. They already said that they cut off welfare in certain states where they're getting $20. These people are being, and what do you think is going to happen? Look at all the people robbing people now. Look at the kind of madness they're going to create. That's what the pole shift is around. So my prediction is they're going to destabilize and take away welfare from people who have been generationally addicted to it. And they are going to cause mass pandemonium. They already lessened the amount of time that pedophiles can be in jail, and they're letting rapists out of jail at lesser times. They're basically dumping maniacs and sexual perversions into your society, and then they're going to add on pressure that people aren't able to feed their families and themselves because they've been so codependent that they don't know. So who do you think is going to rob people? That's part of the pole shift, y'all. The pole shift is destabilizing, knowing that there's going to be a geographical push, but putting pressure in every arena of society. So people basically purge. What song did I play for you? The Purge. People were killed for a sneaker. I grew up in the 80s. You remember people used to get killed for sneakers. That's how mentally ill people were. Could you imagine for food? So what I have to say is over the next 6 months, several things will happen. You will see dams break. You will see more destabilization. You will also see more false flags of them using lunches and showing you people being exterminated on television so that they're going to put pressure on people who are carrying lunches and condiments. They want to get rid of, the only reason the United States hasn't been taken over like most other countries, like Australia and Canada, is and Europe, because they still have lunches. And you got a whole Midwest of good old boys who've been stockpiling since W1. Why do you think in Ohio that they had the derailment? I would also say in Ohio, where the derailment happened, where that chemical spill was, I would also say that I would bet there's a lot of preppers there of long-term lunch holders who are stockpiling. And in order to motivate them to leave, they would poison their whole environment. So they would have to leave their arsenal. There's a couple things that could have been Ohio right there where that happened, and around Pittsburgh and that whole Pennsylvania. Those are people who stockpile lunches. And then you got the Amish communities that are really healthy, that have a good staple of stability and autonomy. What better way to destabilize the very people and get rid of any meat or food source that they're distributing in the population? Because remember, in Ohio, you got huge Amish communities, and especially in Pennsylvania. So you could take care of two things in one. Do you understand how psychopathic and how very motivated and how very well prepared they are to basically disseminate their agenda of mass destruction? You must be prepared for any and everything in the next 6 months. Everything that you knew and that made you comfortable is ending. Is that good for some of us? Absolutely. Does it make you uncomfortable? Absolutely. You must be able to self-sustain it and filter your own water. If you're still relying on Willy Wonka pumping a whole bunch of fluorinated water, and be careful, y'all, because all of your water distributions now, they used to be clean and clear in like Oklahoma and so on, are all dirty because with the derailment in Palestine, what do you think Oklahoma was with that in the midst of 450 miles of contamination? It went. All of those wonderful water places that you get your wonderful, the water we drink, the mountain spring water we get from Oklahoma. What do you think is happening over there? You must be able to filter your own water out. You should stop relying on Willy Wonka. Pole shift, you will see a total collapsing of the West Coast. The West and East Coast will be decimated by water. That may not happen in 6 months, but you're going to see a slow fading and floods flooding the West Coast and the East Coast equally until it totally saturates those areas to where after 6 months, or even maybe at the end of 6 months, you may see a huge earthquake, and we will get a big one in the United States. We're getting mini ones all the time. If a big earthquake hits either West or East Coast, even if you got to take in consideration Yellowstone is about to blow, if that happens, your coastlines will dissipate and disappear. I know men are easier to make it out of these situations than women and children. I talk to you, and I talk to you as a mother of little people. I have a family. If you are there, I would make sure that you have alternate ways to be able to leave. And remember, they will only herd you. Remember, they have non-Americans on the coastlines now. They have non-Americans with checkpoints. I've talked about this months ago. That was another video. They got disappeared on my channel. They have checkpoints now. I think also Richie from Boston, who was also removed from YouTube, okay, also was driving cross country, noting all the checkpoints that were manned by non-Americans. Remember, all these people they're flooding in, Americans will have a hard time, even the soldiers will have a hard time going against other Americans. What better way to disseminate the plans and without flinching an eye, flinching a finger, having people move in a certain arena because you have no loyalty or any connection to them. Foreigners are the ones holding these particular, these are going to be the ones at these checkpoints. The reason why you're seeing them showing mass murders in Mexico of brown people is because all you brown people are non-compliant and you're leaving the goddamn country. And they're mad because they don't want you to have any form of freedom leaving the country. So what they're going to continue to do is showing brown people being murdered on television so that it will, just like the slaves back in the days, you beat the biggest buck in front of everybody, everybody will stay in line. You show enough people being offed in Mexico and any sort of border towns or anywhere outside of the country like Colombia, it's going to keep you Negroes in line to stay in the States so you can nicely be purged. Oh, thank you, my love, Mississippi Soldier. The purge started a month ago. People get Mississippi Purge already said it. Okay. Be careful what's being promoted on television. I'm not saying it's safe to go, but I travel outside of countries. Many of you know I lived in Brazil, stayed in Colombia. I was in Mexico. I travel in it. Just like you could be murked in South Central or in the South Bronx or in a regular street. It's all good everywhere. You can get hurt anywhere, but be careful when you're seeing them. Why would they put a $50,000 motivation for tips? When have they ever cared about brown people? So all of a sudden you got a Shanquilla that got murked by her own friends, and now you want to put a $50 tip on people that are brown that you don't even care about? That makes no sense. You putting a bounty for what? That's all show. That's smoke and mirrors, y'all. Be careful. Do you? If it's time for you to leave and you're being motivated and your ancestors are poking you and prodding you to do so, by all means, just like in Sodom and Gomorrah, refrain from turning back, or you too will turn to salt and stone. Keep moving. If it's time for you to do and you're motivated to do so, and I tell you, I haven't any loyal to any country that hasn't any loyalty to me. Let me state it again. I haven't any loyalty to any country that hasn't any loyalty to me or my family. They already told you. They gave you the movie and y'all didn't listen. Get Out. That was a movie dedicated to brown men. And they meant to tell you to get out in more than one way. Okay? There's lots of movies that kind of denote things in a flip mode way. So I'm just saying, I already told you years ago, you said I was being paranoid. And when I told people to get their passports and that thing happened in Bahamas, the only people who were able to get out first were the ones who had passports. And let me talk to my Haitian family, ça passe, to all the Haitians that are going through a lot of destabilization. Let me explain something, y'all, why that's happening to the Haitian people. The Haitian people have been decimated because they are the only beings who hold the cellular memory of the win against the Malakians and Willy Wonka. And their flag is held with the colors in Venezuela and Colombia and other countries because they did so. The cellular memory matters because if you won against a very manipulative, powerful, hidden, lying being, they want that country decimated because that kind of cellular memory is deadly to them. For all the Haitians trying to come over the border into the United States, because I just heard Big Up to Marie, who shared with us the new agenda, the Biden relief, where they're allowing Haitians to come in here 2 years to live here while they basically rob and pillage their entire country, which is full of gold and portals. Okay. Please, my Haitian people, I love you. I wish you well. I want you to be healthy and happy, but stay out of the United States. That is a trap. That's why it's called the Biden, whatever it's called, the Exodus, Biden something. If you're going to go somewhere else other than the United States. There are other countries that are healthier, that aren't trying to set you up. Go somewhere where you're wanted, where you're treated well, where you can release your cellular memories and teach the natives in the other areas how you won the war against the dark ones, the Malakians that came from the inner earth, from the other dimensions. If you come into the fakes, you're here for decimation. 2 years. Interesting that they're utilizing and weaponizing these people and bringing them over here to use them for political political reasons. Because it's interesting, they said 2 years, and it's interesting we're going through an election year, right? Okay. Stay away from the United States. Anybody who's listening to me, who can hear the sound of my voice, stay out of the United States. It is infiltrated by Satanists, psychopathic, perverted, genocidal Satanists. And they're utilizing the PoleShift to purge and utilize the rest of the population for servitude. Okay. So the next couple months, you're going to see multiple dams breaking. You're going to see the coastlines disappear. You're going to see a herding of people into the middle areas. Okay. Also, you're going to start to see multiple weird kind of phenomenon like hurricanes and tornadoes just come out of the blue, like places that aren't normally what we consider to be tornado lane. You shouldn't be shocked that you should be seeing them in the next 6 months happening in places that hadn't ever had tornadoes, or wasn't even something they would ever have any thought of having. Okay. The weather is coming because the magnetic field is shifting. That's why. And also in the next 6 months, you're going to also see more lights coming, more of the aurora lights showing up in places that weren't there before. Okay. There will be more dams breaking and bridges breaking. So for those who are traveling, just be mindful taking trains. I know some of you travel a lot. Just be mindful. If you're going somewhere, do take your first aid kit with you wherever you go, just in a little backpack and so on, in case you can help other people, because you're going to start to see more of that. Now, also, you're going to start to see the remnants of the Cucarachi killed. You're going to start to see people leaving the planet because of that. and it will be hidden because so much chaos will happen. You won't even notice that they're leaving, but you'll know why. Okay? Hold your little backpacks for mommies, little ones, or women, because I represent you both. I want you to be strong and you're powerful. I want you to start to envision yourself somewhere healthy and happy. Start to be more autonomous. Start to grow your own food, your gardens, your own herbs. Okay? Teach your little ones also. Also teach your little ones to stay away from people, because we did have one of the mothers. I will read one of the moms from the moms groups. Hold on. Okay. One of the moms I know, we had our daughters together. She just got a notice saying that, to whom it may concern, we are informing you that your access to her daughter's name, I'll say Lily, your access to Lily Johnson's My Chart account will expire 3/22/2023. Lily Johnson will be transitioning into a new age category, which requires them to invite you to view their health chart account as of 3/22/23. Her daughter's 13. So they're starting to take away your rights, just like the natives, to your children. They literally have said that that her daughter has to invite her mother to see her chart. This is a 13-year-old girl. Okay. Also, they're trying to do things in school. We had another mom who also said that the school was preparing their children in school, telling parents with little children that are kindergartners and also first graders to bring things that soothe them in case of emergency, like their favorite toy. Give them codes to say to their children in school that will allow to soothe them. Give them a change of clothes in school. Y'all, they're trying to make sure that when things happen, because men, I want to remind everyone, the disappearing children hasn't ended. It actually has been rising. And if in fact there is some devastation, they won't waste a good crisis. They will make sure that they have access to your children while they're at school. So you need to speak to your babies, y'all. I'm speaking as a mom. Baby, if something happens at school, you stay, you don't go, you give them scenarios. If it's something that they can see, yes, you follow the teacher. But if they're telling them to go somewhere outside of the school and you haven't heard from me, by all means, you wait for mommy, or you wait for daddy, you wait for abuela, you wait for auntie. Talk to the babies. Give them little tags so you could follow them. I'm not telling you, I'm giving suggestions. I'm a mom. Put little tags on them so you can locate them in case any mofos try to come for your offspring. Keep your babies close and talk to them. We have to talk to them. The world that they're living in right now, with a pole shift on point, they're going to take advantage of it, y'all. These beings are psychopaths. They use children as food, fodder, and for sexual perversions. Talk to them now. Talk to them in a way that they understand mommy's language. Put a little thing on them so that you'll know where they are. Don't tell them, because they'll tell others. So those Satanists, remember the Satanist cities? All of the Satanist tunnels were underneath sometimes elementary schools and churches. Don't tell the children you have a little tag on them, because they're going to tell the Insepticons that, hey, mommy put a tag on me. Oh, let me take that off. Fudge you. Fudger. Put a little tag on his babies. Those are your babies. All right? I'm just giving you advice based on what I would do. All right? Talk to them. Tell them what because remember, friendly faces aren't always friendly. Most children get molested by people, not that people they don't know. It's usually by people they know. Okay, we're in pole shift time. You know the time we're in. So this conversation is more relative based on the time that we're in, where this is an easier time for things to go happen. Or also talk to your young ladies, everyone. The new thing is this pole shift conversation. The new thing is this spraying gasoline in girls' cars to make them pass out so they can extract them from the cars. Tell your daughters, your nieces, your granddaughters to watch their environment. I shared with you that they tried to kidnap me pregnant with my 2 daughters at a 7-Eleven. They did it right in the middle of a place that I knew. 2 lunar men dressed as yuppies and another lunar man behind us, trying to get a pregnant woman, knowing I couldn't move, and 2 children. This just happened not too long ago. Tell your daughters to stay off their phone. And why I say lunar men is because most people, why I say that is because in the world that we are, we have judgments. We always think that the bad guy is going to be some thug dressed like with tattoos, but these were 2 yuppie looking lunar men. And this is relevant to lunar women, brown women, Asian women. It doesn't matter because we would perceive lunar men dressed more businesslike as being less dangerous. They know this. But Flurboom's about that life. I took the subway for too long. I was on the steel train. I was on the steel horse for years. So I understand that if something doesn't match, I'm to watch out for it. So it doesn't say that lunar men's are bad. That isn't true. But the criminals that we perceive are not going to be what they present to you. Talk to your granddaughters, abuelas, and granddaddies. Tell them to watch their surroundings. They're kidnapping women. They're pretending to be old people who can't walk. They're coming up with puppies. They're coming behind the car with the door open and spraying gasoline in the car. This is pole shift time. Everything is, remember, the elites, the elitists have left. So all their cronies and their understudies are all going buck wild right now. All bets are off. And also big up to Aziza, who gave us some tips, who said to get some bear spray. She told us wasp spray, which shoots 25 feet out. Was it wasp spray? Is Aziza here? Aziza, Cubby, do you remember what she said? Was it 25 feet out? 25 feet out, wasp spray. Have wasp spray in the car because it shoots out 25 feet. So you don't even have to be close to the assailant. 27 feet. Thank you, Wanda. 27 feet. She also said for the young ladies to do other things. I can't share it down here because, I'm already banking on YouTube taking this video possibly down. Okay? Be mindful. Talk to them. It's pole shift time. They're going to use the fact that all this destabilization and all these geographical changes. And also, remember, I want everybody to remember the New Orleans, when they sent everybody into that big stadium where all these little girls were being raped in the bathroom. Remember, nobody talks about that. Remember New Orleans with Katrina? Remember how they ushered everybody into the big arena? That is how they do. That was a concentration camp. Remember how much diabolical things were happening inside of there? You had a better chance surviving outside of that, but they moved everybody in the stadium. And for the blinded and those who are limited cognitively, still suffering from Jesus and other forms of social engineering, they all thought they would be safe. Also, make sure that if you're ready and there's a destabilization, you have things on you to make sure you're okay. If a building falls down, if there's an earthquake, do you know where you can go? Do you know how you could get out of a situation? Do you know the signs of a building is shaking, how long you have? If you're living in big buildings, this is next part of the Polish. If you're living in big buildings on high floors, I want you, there was a wonderful, what's his name? He just did an interview with the gentleman from 9/11 that survived falling 22 floors. Joe Budden. I would really ask for you all, if you want to, I would watch the documentary that Joe Budden did with the gentleman. It's called 9/11 Falling 22 Floors, How He Survived. Okay. It's on and popping, everybody. And you have to know that we are there. Now, remember, not everybody's here for ascension. Not everybody's here to leave the firmament. Some people are here for the experience, and it is what it is. And everyone has personal choice in this matter. It's time for us to be cognizant, and also on a spiritual level, there's a lot of things, including myself, pain, sadness, things, mourning, things that we have to deal with that we want to energetically clear before the apocalypse, before the plasma, because plasma, this Phoenix event that Jason Brazier talks about, is attracted to low field frequency. That's why they're dirtying everyone sexually. So people living sexually perverted lives, living lives that are staked in low frequencies, that whole area is first on the list for demolition. Be careful where you live, because remember, energetically you have to match. So if you're struggling with things, a great book I'm going to recommend is this. Every mother, and this is like the shorter version what German New Medicine, because there's more to this, but every person, can you guys see it? Should have a copy of this for your young people, for yourself. Okay, can you guys see the book? Hold on. It's by Louise Hay, and it's called Heal Your Body. And why did I mention this? Because a lot of us are suffering, and our bodies are suffering because of our minds being, things hurts. Like, I'm gonna read a couple to you, and it does have to do with the apocalypse. It has to do with the PoleShift, because a lot of us are having unchecked fears and insecurities and things that we haven't dealt with. I mean, we got, listen, I'm with you on this. Don't you ever feel I'm with you. I have just as many things to heal. So I'm not talking from the row up top. I'm talking from the seats with you. Okay, so it talks about like people who have aches and pains right now. It's longing for love, longing to be held. And the affirmation that you say is, I love and approve of myself. I am loving and lovable. Acne, when you have acne on your face, not accepting the self, dislike of self. Alcoholism, what's the use? Feeling futility, guilt, inadequacy, self-rejection. You know, this is a wonderful book that talks to what we're dealing with. And listen, there isn't anybody healthy up in this piece. So don't feel like you're above or below anybody. Everybody, I've shared a lot of the traumas that I've had, things that have to do with the pains in my life. If you have this, I let my daughter read it, and she was like, Mommy, this is so valid. It's a small book. It's wonderful. It just speaks to the things that are going on with you and gives you a remedy to you can't change what you aren't able to acknowledge. By acknowledging the pains in your life, it also helps to remedy when we're going through shifts like this, because remember, what's coming is going to be already difficult, but you want to be able to have cleared off a lot of these things so that you aren't overwhelmed already, because we don't talk about the amount of people who have committed suicide as well because of all of the stresses that came with 2020 and the pandemic. Okay. So I just, if you want to, I think that's a great book to have, and it helps you to just acknowledge certain things about yourself that you don't know are going on. Okay. So we have the decimation of the coastlines. We're going to have several different earthquakes. People living in taller buildings, just be mindful. I want you to be conscious of that. Also have worked on yourself, because remember, in your mindset, if you're in your healthy macabre, things can happen around you and it isn't affecting you. So healthy mindset, happy mindset, living in healing the perimeters of yourself, that will leave you in a healthier, protective zone. So it doesn't matter if you could, like this gentleman, he was in a building, all his friends passed away, he survived. What was that? Do you understand? Out of all, and he only got a few bruises. That's why I say watch the Joe Budden video with the man who fell 22 floors during 9/11, because it's inspiring. It tells you that we are the narrators and we are the progenitors of what happens with us. We are the pilots of our lives. And if you understand and understand that, then you'll know that it doesn't matter where you are. You don't even have to leave the country. If you're in a healthy mindset, you're in a higher vibration, there isn't much that's going to touch you. Okay? So we're going to have this. I already talked about the fact that they're going to start to disseminate prisoners and things like that. So be mindful of the spacing, how far you are between prison systems. All those who are in Central America, especially in Costa Rica, I want you to just be prepared, because they know that all the Americans, Australians, Canadians are living fat off the hog in Costa Rica. And remember, Costa Rica doesn't have any sort of army to protect itself. And if you look at the countries surrounding Costa Rica, when there's a destabilization of America here, you're going to see it trickling over even heavier in those areas around. And do know that Colombia just decided, it's El Salvador. El Salvador just decided, perfect timing, like they don't know. They were the first ones who won crypto too, right? Or cryptocurrency. I think they were the first one who went crypto. They just decided to open a jail, the biggest maximum security jail, with 40,000 inmates. Listen to what I said. 40,000 inmates in one space. If you're going through a pole shift, that many criminals in one place, do you think that when all is falling apart, anybody watching those prisons will leave? And those prisoners, under the conditions that El Salvador has had them, where they don't have any bedding, where they're shaved heads, they're basically super soldiers that are going to be released in Central and South America. Look it up if you don't believe me. They're opening up a maximum prison that can hold 40,000 super soldiers that they're cultivating and making. And what happens when there's nobody watching them and those walls can't hold in prisoners because nobody's there to hold them back? Look at the neighboring countries. I'm talking to all of our family who are living in those countries in Central America. You must be mindful. Pay attention. That's it. Right now, with all that's happening, we will start to see rivers and waterways take over certain land masses within, I would think, of roughly around, what are we in, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, around October, November, roughly. So you'll see places that were normally dry starting to be wet. Okay. It may not be bad things. Some places are dry, like Arizona. Maybe it is a negative depending on what's coming in that water. Okay. How you know that they're pulsing waves of frequency or radiation is you'll see birds dying out of the sky. That's also how, big up to Marsha D. That's one way. And remember, I was the first person to report January 2011, the first black birds that died in Arkansas. And they were saying it was firecrackers. And then the next year, the same time, in a cylindrical pattern, same year, different year, next year, exactly, blackbird. That's the first time we denoted blackbirds dying. And now we know it was a beta test of Sanji and other forms of frequency, radionic frequencies that they were setting out that was causing the birds to be, to lose their ability to navigate and also die. Pay attention to that. If the pole shift is close by, you're also going to see your water go from the natural propensity of going this way. It will go in reverse. So when we're close to a pole shift, you're going to see the water in your sink change direction because magnetically it's going to shift. Remember? So when the water shifts and the polar shifts happens, the water that usually goes in a sink, does water go in a sink this way? Does it go to right? I think it goes this way. The water will go in reverse. Okay. Where can you be on the planet? It really, there are a couple places, obviously, that I feel like I said, everything that shifts. So everything north is south and south is north. And also, I personally think that they shifted around east and west. What I will say to you is I would have your family have a conversation, even with your most blinded family that are suffering from forms of Stockholm syndrome. The best thing you could possibly do is have a conversation with your family, just talking about how you can come together, how you can just basically sit together, and basically if it's destabilization and you guys decide to, listen, we're going to rock it out here. I have some sprouts and everything ready. I'm just going to sprout some goods. And I'm just gonna, we'll have some sprouts. We'll know how to navigate. We have some stuff to dig a well, even though they say it's illegal. But after the pole shift, it's on and pop, and you could do what you want. Okay, so you'll have all the tools necessary to kind of, to allow yourself to be warm and to be able to, self-organize and create food and sustain yourself. And you may just tribe up, get a couple of you who are really resourceful. Okay. Places like, I would just be places close to, Yellowstone, anywhere that there's, whether it's dormant volcanoes or active. And if you want to look all alongst the, I just want to, reiterate to my East Coast people, and I love you because, that's where I came from, is New York and the East Coast. But I'm going to show you why you should also be careful of what's going on in the East Coast, because, hold on. Because in the East Coast, this is where all your nuclear facilities are. Can you see? Oh, it's not letting you see it. Oh, wow. Look at that, y'all. They blanked out my screen. Holy schmoly. They won't let you see my, okay, here we go. It's because of the glare, baby. Okay, can you see that? That's all the East Coast. Look at all the nuclear facilities on the East Coast. I'll show you the West. You don't see that many on the West. That's the West. But all your nuclear facilities are all on the East Coast. Now, why does that matter? Because we're going through a pole shift, and we explained all the derailments. So what do you think the derailments are just all have to do with trains? You have nuclear facilities that have cooling centers and also have pipes and stuff underneath. What happens when you have a nuclear center that becomes compromised? But it's not only that you have nuclear, because you're going to get a triggering effect. You don't just have one, you have it all over the East Coast. And why does that matter to you, y'all? Because I think that was purposefully done. Because if you notice, all of the East Coast is where everything's green and plush, and where a lot of, fresh, green, it's very green and very palatable. I think they put all the nuclear sites on that site to make it easier to decimate those areas. Because once you have one meltdown of a nuclear facility, they're so close in proximity, it's going to cause a triggering effect. So if you live close to one of these places, I mean, I just was shocked when I looked it up. I mean, it's all in the East Coast. It's everywhere. That's purposefully done. You can look this up yourself. Okay. It's pole shift time, y'all. Like I said, all the pipes, gas lines are breaking, water lines are breaking. What do you think is going to happen to nuclear facilities where they have all of their piping underneath the ground and the ground's moving? And nuclear waste. That's something that thyroid, you would have to be able to, I don't want to even put that in the stratosphere. I just say be conscious of it, okay? And for everybody, just keep your thyroid healthy, because you're being inundated. So keep that thyroid nice and robust, because it'll help. It's your defense against, or defense with, radiation. Okay. So going on closer, there's going to be floods. There's going to be probably compromising. They're going to try to move people. I think it's going to be, because I know how the Democrats work. And I don't believe in parties, but the Democrats are Satanists. Look at what they're rolling out. They're going to basically do a whole bunch of false flags. I think it's probably going to be either some sort of chemical spill or a nuclear outlet thing to push people into those centers. I just think you should be mindful how to carry on knowing that you are close to these areas. So I would just look into that. So by 2023, about November, I would just start to I think most things will happen within 6 months. A lot of things. I think it's going to cause for many of you to make decisions that you didn't think you would have to make. This conversation we're having is needed because you will rethink things that I'm sharing with you. And I will reiterate, YouTube deletes my videos and there's nothing I can do about it. And it's because I share things like this with you because I care. Okay? So please just make sure you pay attention to those things. Just pay attention. I can't tell you what to do. You know what to do. Remember, I told you, you are in control of your own life. You navigate. I'm purple pilling you. So I'm giving you awareness of things that maybe you weren't aware of because that's what we do in Zoom. Big up to the Zoomies. We do this every day. We've done it every day since 2020. That's why I know all these things. That's why the Zoomies, we are prepared for everything and everything. Okay? That's why I left Florida, because I already knew I had to be at my jump off. And I was in alignment with it. Okay? So just think about it. Don't make rash decisions. Sit with your family and sit with family that you don't think is eliminated. Because please don't feel like you're going to do this on your own. Sometimes together, you'd be surprised. Working together is the best thing you could possibly do. Just sit down and you know, even your sleep family, when things pop off, you'd be surprised how they come together. All right? So that being said, you're going to see a lot of that. I think probably by December, we're definitely going to see one of the bigger volcanoes erupting in the States or close to the States. So I am anticipating, that's my prediction for 2023, is that we're going to see a big volcano eruption or a big earthquake, one or the other or both. It probably will be a big earthquake, but it will probably be caused by an underground volcano. So by December, that's my prediction. And by January, there's going to be another rollout of lockdowns and things based on now people being desperate and having to be pushed in, propelled into these FEMA camps. That's why all these Walmarts are closing. Because remember what we know. Remember, Jesse Ventura and Alex Jones showed us those coffins, and we haven't seen them surface. And we know all these Walmarts are closing. You got to think we were told that those were FEMA camps. Okay. So just be mindful. So around January, there are going to be people making decisions. I personally think that the pole shift will happen fully anywhere at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. And when I say pole shift, I'm talking about everything, just maximum swap. So I put that time frame. That's my prediction. Could be wrong. I hope I am. I personally think that all the things are going to roll out. They're going to be natural. Well, we're in a hologram. So as natural as it can be in a hologram, they're going to be natural phenomenon happening, but they're going to be piggybacking off the energy so that they can do harm. So they know that these things have happened. They're loopers. They've been here, done that before. So they know how this works. So they're going to piggyback off of the energies that are already happening, all the events, and they're going to do things that are more diabolical. Remember, the plan is to get rid of as many people as possible. Those living in vans, van life, all the little houses and stuff like that, I would abandon ship. Plasma is attracted to metal. You're going to live in a tin can. Listen, I brought a trailer myself. I was excited. Have you seen me in the trailer since I became aware of that? Once I became aware, remember, I'm quick. If I learn something, I won't sit on a square because I said it before. I'm okay to learn something and react based on that. Now, trailer's probably good to have somewhere, but I'm not living the trailer all the time because I know what's coming. It's nice to have if you have to go, again, to have the place to go if you want to go outside where it's kind of clean and clear. But again, if I know that radiation and the plasma is attracted to metal, I already know that anything inside. Look at paradise, y'all, and look at the standing trees that weren't affected outside. That makes no sense. If you get something that's shot down in fire, why wouldn't it basically destroy all those trees? Why was it destroying metal? Why were the things inside of those cars that looked like an energy weapon with plasma? Beta test. Okay. What else? Okay, so beginning, I feel like a lot of things will already have rolled out in 2023. Major things. I think people will be moved. I think coastlines will already be dissipated. January, it's most likely people will be ushered in based on sicknesses. Remember, a lot of things with water, things moving. We don't know what kind of biological craziness is going to be disseminated. Okay. So around January, you're going to start to see people having to make decisions. Also with the banks and everything closing down, and people not being able to make decisions because they don't have any physical money. And now Willy Wonka says what you could spend your money on. That's why I tell you to get autonomous now. If you buy things now and have things together now, okay, Willy Wonka, what you gonna do? I'm living on my own. You know, I haven't needed for your bank because I got food growing. I got my own chickens or whatever the case is. I'm living off grid. I'm not only using, and be careful of using the solar panels too close to your facility because I think they're going to be used as time bombs. Excuse my language. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. So if you have them, put them further away from the house. Don't put it on top of your house. I would do it outside and make sure it isn't enough energy where it could be used like a boom. You know what I mean? There's other forces. There's other things that you can use for like wind mills, and also water hydro energy that help to keep energy. Okay, remember our ancestors didn't need electricity, y'all. You know, just a reminder, we like using certain forms of communication, but our ancestors didn't need it. So you're worried about having energy in the house. As long as you know how to heat your house with other forms of heating or cool your home space or create your own food, you know, electricity isn't necessary. Okay. Just FYI, in case you didn't know that. Okay. And by March, where I think one of the biggest rainbow events most likely will happen March of next year, of 2024. And I think that's going to come because the plasma will be so permeable that all of that plasma basically being able to be open in that opening is going to cause for one of the biggest rainbow events. So you're probably going to see a lot of rainbow, like the radiation rainbows all over the place. You might see multiple rainbows in March of next year, like just free on standing. Everybody sees it. Okay. Around April and May, you will start to see like drifting of places. I think we might see islands, like places like in the Caribbean, dissipate and disappear just due to like hurricanes, tornadoes, and things like rip and throw that are just being caused because the magnetic field has no protection. So we're going to see things like that. There's going to be auroras in places like, you're going to see auroras probably in places that you've never seen it before. You might see auroras like in the middle of New York or Connecticut or somewhere in Wisconsin. You're going to start to see auroras in weird places because that happens because there's no barrier between us and the outside of the firmament and all that plasma being very lucid. Okay. Around June and July, that's when you're going to have multiple earthquakes, gas leaks, water breaks. It's going to be pandemonium. So I say about that time, y'all should be already set up somewhere where you're away from the main population, and you should be okay to be away from the main population. Okay. And stay away from people who are engaged in lower field, behavior, because that plasma also, with the Phoenix event, like Jason Brashear talked about, it's attracted to negativity, like low field behavior. It's kinetically charged to attack it. So be mindful of that time. So I say around June, July, especially around Lionsgate, June, July, just be mindful that there'll probably be a false flag, maybe even a kickoff where they announce World War III at that time. Because right before the full-on pole shift, that's how we know the pole shift is closed. Right before the full-on pole shift, and I get that from Rudolph of Germany, right before the pole shift, they announced World War III. So right before that, you might see a fake false flag, like a nuclear thing hits the States or UK, because UK is in alignment with that prophecy where they hit the London Bridge. So once the London Bridge goes down and there's an announcement of World War III, the pole shift is around the corner. If it's not around that time, then we probably have another year in 2025. The latest is 2025 for the full-on pole shift, but I personally think it might happen at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. Tell people you love them. These are the things that go wrong with the pole shift. Tell people you love them. Tell people you're sorry. Make amends with family members that you haven't talked to, because there isn't anything like being in these trials and tribulations and being upset that you didn't talk to that person, or you held a grudge, or you were upset with yourself. Start making amends, because it's necessary for you to do those things to free yourself. Because it doesn't matter if you're a soul, you're an everlasting being. It doesn't matter if you stay in this body or not, but you want to release those karmic debts that you have, those heavy things that stay on you. Release them so that when anything happens, you are in your heart space, you're in your alignment. Okay. Around September and October of 2024, that's when you're going to see everything disseminated, like every kind of bioweaponry, allegedly, I'm a liar, any kind of crazy disease or anything, you're going to see it all. That's why I say stay somewhere where you aren't in close proximity of people that go madness. Because remember, you're going to have people on welfare who can't feed their family, and they're going to be doing things. You're going to have prisoners being released. You see people who've lost everything, losing their mind. You're seeing a lot of fathers killing their families. Now, women, let me talk to you. Women, because we're water, men are going to react differently because of the destabilization of the stratosphere, the magnetosphere changing. Men tend to react. So everyone will start to become a little mentally ill. But I would be careful with women. I talk to you because I think you don't realize that I want you to pay attention. A lot of men are killing their families, and women as well. So men and women, I shouldn't even say to women and men, pay attention to your partnerships. If you're in partnerships with people that are already unstable, a little schizoid, it gets worse. So if you're with somebody like that, it's my suggestion, you just leave them alone, because it gets worse. That kind of mental illness comes with the stratosphere being heavy. They're eating heavy metals, people eating McDonald's every day. They aren't checked. They're eating chemicalized food, graphene all over the place. That is going to cause them to lose their mind and have less patience. Don't flip people off in traffic. Don't start arguments with people. If you see beef happening, if you feel it, get away. Just go. Young mothers who have teenagers in a city, who have sons who are out here, try to get them out of that life now, because the type of behavior that you're going to witness in the next 2 years is going to be something that you don't want your children to be embarking in, with other children that are destabilized, mentally ill, and suffering from forms of geographical destabilization, with the magnetosphere causing people to their brain and their mind to be a little scattered. Okay. Know your ley lines, y'all. If you live close to a dam, think about it. If you live close to a prison system, think about it. If you live close to or by dormant volcanoes, or dormant places where the actual plates, the tectonic plates, are kind of rubbing, or they're too close together, or they're known to be destabilized, like on the Ring of Fire, I would take that in consideration. Be great. And the last thing I'll say, because I'm going to end this video, it's dark. You see my lights are on already. Okay. I love, this is my new space. I love it. The lights are on, so I want to enjoy myself. But the last part I'll share with you is just the most important part is love yourself. Love yourself, forgive yourself, give honor to yourself, give honor to your ancestors. Be fluid, be flexible, be kind, be generous, be sympathetic and empathetic. Help those, especially when it comes in. It's an opportunity. We're all in it. So like I said, I'm not above you. I'm not below you. I'm just in it with you. Okay. And this is my prediction for 2023 and 2024. There are other multiple things happening. But again, if some of you ever want to join us, we're on Zoom on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Actually, we're on every day, but those are the main days we start off, and, I just, share your, I'm not here sitting on these are all things you can vet them out. Don't ever feel like I know everything. I want you to vet out everything I share with you. Like I said, I'm not someone who knows everything. Vet me out, and share your opinions, share your opinions and say what you think, you know, and every opinion matters. Okay. Be mindful of the thoughts in your head. Yes, Cynthia said be mindful of the thoughts in your head, negative thoughts. Because that right now, because the field, we're in a hologram, any negative thought, you're just going to basically, you're just basically going to project out in your reality. You know, be careful of NPCs and things around you, because those literally could be set up there to like gaslight you. Okay. And feel unafraid. You know, like I said, an everlasting soul. You've been here, done this, gonna do it again. You straight. The ones who have the fear are the ones who aren't able to regenerate themselves or have souls. So when they leave, they leave. That's why they go and hide, and they got to regenerate with using people's organs, because once they're gone, they're gone. My Patreon is it flurbrone-patreon.com, I think. I think it's Flurbrone. I don't know what it is, y'all. I think it is. Sometimes you won't find me because they just block that. But if you come on, I'm like I said, we're on there I'm on with the most amazing. If you appreciate the illumination, it isn't just me. Went on with the most amazing gentlemen and women ever. And the OGs have been on with me since 2020. I mean, we do this every day. That's why I know so much information. I have a lot more information, but we do this every day. Thank you, Saida. Patreon/Flurbrone. Oh, thank you, Cubby. Cubby's got it. www.patreon.com/. We do this every day. And you have the kindest, most wisdom-bearing women who have compassion. Then you have them they do this like healing thing the day after with the tone dome. That's Marsha D who does that. Just healing people, you know, using protection. Okay. And then I'm also going to do on the Patreon, I think in 2 weeks, I'm doing, because I do remote viewing, but I'm actually going to remote view, I think, Mr. Fauci's premises. I'm going to do some remote viewing of actual people's. I decided to do that yesterday. So I'm going to remote view Mr. Fauci, and I'm going to remote view another official. Let's see I don't know if they have the gates of hell blocking them or protecting them, but we got to check out what's going on with him. All right, that'll be it. So I hope this was helpful. Please put a like on the video if you enjoyed the video. I hope everyone, I was on here for a long time. As far as long as I've been on, you know, like I said, I'm grateful for everyone. Thank you. Let me say thank you for everyone who supports me and just has really been patient with me. You know, I've been all over the place and life has changed. I've had a lot of alterations to my alterations to my life. So, you know, I'm grateful you had a chance to join me. And, you know, I wish everyone well. Doesn't matter if we're friends or not, you dislike me or not. I wish you all well. I wish my enemy well. I wish people who don't wish me well. I wish you all well. I wish you all well, happiness, peace, and joy. Okay. And at the end of the day, we have to just be accountable for our actions. And I've had to do that. And it's very difficult. I won't say it is easy, but we're going through a shift, and a shift is something we're built for. So if there's fear of this, I want to say to you, it isn't anything to fear. Actually, I hope I'm empowering you to know that you have the ultimate choice in how you want to engage in this interactive video game you call The Matrix. Okay. So I love you, everyone. Amazing. Enjoy your evening. I will see the Zoomies tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not late or early, you know. And so I'll see everybody tomorrow night on Zoom. And I wish everybody, and hopefully I'll be able to come back on. And hopefully Willy Wonka doesn't delete this video, y'all. But at least if you see it first, hopefully the video will be able to stay up. Like I said, they deleted the one before last, and it's because of some of the information I shared. It took them a while because I do long videos. So, you know, but, you know, do you take care of you. Okay. So I wish you well, and I will go. I say peace.